Astonishing results _4. Sister Xiaoxi, don't get agitated. Actually, I think Dad makes a lot of sense. Shangguan Su began. Zuoling really isn't suitable for you. Grandma, what do you think? Shangguan Shi looked towards Elder Zheng and Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng smiled and said, Sister Xiaoxi, your grandmother and I share the same view. When a girl gets married, she has to keep her eyes wide open. Besides, Zuoling's parents are also getting on in years. What if you really ended up with Zuoling? Who would look after your children? His parents even need a nanny to take care of themselves. I can hire another nanny, Shangguan Shi argued. Madame Zheng smiled and said, when a child is too young to speak, would you really be comfortable leaving them in someone else's care? Moreover, what if you have a daughter and your in-laws don't like her and secretly dispose of the child? What will you do then? That won't happen. She will be their own granddaughter. Well, and I stepped forward and said, you'll find all sorts of people in this world, especially people like Zuoling's parents who favor sons over daughters. It was then that Shangguan Shi realized that Ni Cuihua had already lost 3 children. Mom is right, and I Yang chimed in at the right moment. Sister Xiaoxi, medical research has proven that the sex of a baby is actually determined by the male side. Human sex chromosomes determine the gender, with males being XY and females XX. The cells produced by women all contain an X, while those produced by men could be X or Y. If both cells are X, then a girl is born. If the male contributes a Y, then a boy is born. At this point, Ni Yang paused, then continued. Zuoling's family has the genes for having daughters, so there's a 90% chance that your first child would be a girl. This means you should be prepared for the 90% likelihood of your child being discarded. Ni Yang was not one to mince words, so what she said always hit hard. Shangguan Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, Yang, do you believe this too? How can you be so certain that Zuoling's parents will definitely favor boys over girls? Maybe they just like having lots of children? After all, Shangguan Zai's experience was too limited to fully understand these things. You can tell just from her having given birth to 7 girls. And Ni Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, medically speaking, pain is classified into 12 levels. The first level is the pain from a mosquito bite, and the 12th level is the pain of a mother during childbirth. Plus, giving birth is really harmful to the body. The best date for a woman is to give birth to 1 or 2 children, who would joke about their own health without some kind of strong belief. Ni Yang's words were so logical that they left no room for rebuttal. Shangguan Shi fell silent for a bit, then said, I feel that Zuoling is not that kind of person. I'm marrying Zuoling, not his parents. Even if his parents truly favor sons over daughters, it has nothing to do with us. Once a son is married off, could the parents still be trying to meddle? Ni Yang did not rush to contradict Shangguan Shi, but said, Sister Xiaoxi, don't reveal our family situation to Zuoling for now. Just observe him for a while longer and see if his character is worthy of your lifetime commitment. If he truly is worthy, I believe our family will have no objections to you. With that, Ni Yang turned her eyes to Shangguan Shi, Sister Xiaoxi, Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, Aunt, and your brothers object to this matter purely because they want you to have a better life. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, especially Su Yin, who now looked at Ni Yang differently. Previously, when Ni Soa had just married Shangguan to Hui, she had worried about whether Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi could get along well since the children were grown and had their own ideas. Now it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Although Ni Yang was a few years younger than Shangguan Shi, her maturity was far greater. The words she spoke were persuasive. As an elder, Su Yin found nothing to fault in what she said, and moreover, Ni Yang had Shangguan Zai's best interests at heart with every word. Yang, I didn't just meet Zuoling today. I know what kind of person he is, Shangguan, she said firmly. Ni Yang smiled and responded, that remains to be seen. A fox's tail doesn't show itself in a day. True gold fears no fire. Sister Xiaoxi, if Zuoling truly is a man worth entrusting your life to, then no matter how you observe him, you won't see any hint of a fox's tail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _5. Su Yin nodded. I think Yang Yang is absolutely right. On the other side, Zhuoling rode his bicycle back home. So his father, unable to wait, asked, "How did it go? Did Xiaoxi's parents have a good first impression of you? Do you even need to ask?" Zhuo's mother, sitting on the sofa watching TV, scoffed. "Our Lingling's credentials are so outstanding. You couldn't find a better son-in-law with a lantern. Could the Shangwan family possibly look down on us?" Zhuo's parents were both retired factory workers, and they had been cadres at the factory, so their retirement benefits were extremely generous, with a pension of 300 yuan each month. Plus, owning 2 apartments in Beijing, life was particularly comfortable for them. Hearing this, Zhuo's father nodded in agreement. "That's true." The mother continued, "How are Xiaoxi's family conditions? Are they as good as your Uncle Chen's?" Zhuoling shook his head. "Uncle Chen is a city dweller, while Xiaoxi's family is from the countryside. There's no comparison. But Xiaoxi's family seems to be quite well off. I saw that they even have big appliances like a refrigerator and a washing machine, and their house is beautifully decorated. Refrigerators and washing machines together wouldn't cost less than a few thousand yuan. Could an ordinary family afford that? Don't even think about it." From the countryside, Zhuo's mother sat up in surprise. Xiaoxi is a rural person. Due to past experiences, Zhuo's mother got goosebumps at the mention of rural people. Their family was living so comfortably, they certainly didn't want to be visited by poor relatives looking for handouts every day. "Xiaoxi is from Jinghua village," Zhuoling nodded. "But you don't have to worry, Mom. Xiaoxi's relatives dress very decently. Not like poor people, so you don't have to worry about people coming to our door asking for things." Zhuo's mother sighed. This child, how did you end up choosing a country person of all people?" "Mom, I love Xiaoxi, I really do. I hope you can agree to our relationship," Zhuoling continued. "Mom, I promise you, Xiaoxi's family doesn't have that kind of poor relatives, and their conditions are really quite good. You see how long it's been since we've changed the carpet in our living room? The carpet in Xiaoxi's living room is not only brand new, but also woolen." Zhuoling's feelings for Shangwan were genuine. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had an on-and-off relationship. Zhuo's mother tapped Zhuoling on the forehead. "You're just too naive. You might get cheated and end up counting someone else's money for them. Of course, her family wouldn't let go of a catch like you so easily. Are you sure the place you went to tonight was even Xiaoxi's home? Perhaps Shangwan, she had planned it all along, and the place Zhuoling visited tonight wasn't her home at all. A rural person being able to afford a carpet. That's laughable. And didn't you say that Xiaoxi's mom isn't her birth mother, but a stepmother? Have you ever seen a stepmother who truly cares for her stepdaughter? If you really marry Xiaoxi, then you'll have troubles. That stepmother will steal a little today, a little tomorrow, and our family won't be able to live properly. Her son was only 23 years old and already earning over 100,000 yuan a month. You probably couldn't find a few like him in the whole of Beijing. If Shangwan Zai's family was a bit better off, that would be one thing. But now knowing that Shangwan she is just a country girl, she felt scornful, thinking that Shangwan she was after their family's wealth. Of course, a country girl would be happy to marry into the city. Isn't that just like a sparrow turning into a phoenix? Not at all. Zhuoling shook his head. I think Xiaoxi's stepmother is quite nice, not like someone who would steal things. You've just visited them today for the first time? Of course, Shed, put on an act. Once you're married, she will show her true colors. His mother continued. Lingling, listen to your mom. Xiaoxi is not worthy of you. I think the daughter of your Uncle Chen is quite good. Chen Liebao is Uncle Chen's only daughter. Eventually, the Chen family's fortune will be yours. Indeed, Chen Leibao's family's conditions were even better than Zhuo's. However, Chen Liebao looked like Zhu Beiji, not only with a big face and fat ears, but also exceedingly rude and noisy when eating, just like a pig. Compared to Shangwan Shi, it was night and day. Zhuoling was at least a workshop director and also quite handsome. How could he possibly marry someone like that? It would be an utter joke. Though Shangguan Zai's family wasn't as well off, she was good-looking and also a university student. Plus, their relationship was a love match. He would have face when bringing her out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _6. No, I just like Xiaoxi, Zhuoling asserted stubbornly. Zhuo's mother sighed. You used to be such an obedient child. What has changed now? I know you don't find Lai Bao attractive, but haven't you heard the saying, beauty is a source of trouble? Being beautiful is not necessarily a good thing. King Zhou of Shang lost his kingdom because of Daji. Tang Xuanzong faced the Ensure rebellion because of Yang Yuhuan, and King Yu of Zhou was overthrown because of Bao Si. The words of the ancients contain profound wisdom. The saying beauty is a source of trouble is not without basis. At this point, Zhuo's mother paused and continued. Actually, women are all the same when the lights go out. There's nothing more to them, nothing less. Whether one is beautiful or not is just about looks. And besides, Lingling, you are destined for great things in the future. You can't let your heart be taken by youthful love, and you certainly can't let Xiaoxi hold you back. What you're lacking is a wise and virtuous wife, not a fairy who is above the mundane world. Lai Bao, that child, definitely looks like she's blessed with good fortune. Big head, big bottoms, surely someone who can bear sons. After you marry, you'll give me a fair and plump grandson. As she spoke, Zhuo's mother started to dream of a wonderful future. Her grandson, she gave birth to 8 children, all for the day she could hold her grandson in her arms. Zhuoling shook his head. No, Mom, please stop talking. Just the thought of having to sleep next to a pig in the future makes me so nauseous that I won't be able to eat breakfast tomorrow. You child, his mother chided. How can you speak like that? How has Lai Bao disgusted you? I think she's very nice. Your Uncle Chun said that if you're willing to marry Lai Bao, not only will our family not have to pay a penny for the dowry, but we'll also get 5,000 yuan as part of her dowry. Can Xiaoxi's family offer 5,000 yuan for a dowry? I bet they can't even come up with 50 yuan. That's 5,000 yuan. Where could you find such a favorable marriage offer? But Zhuoling sneered at the 5,000 yuan, knowing that one can't have the best of both worlds. Even if Chun Lei Bao's family offered 50,000 yuan for the dowry, there's absolutely no way I'd marry a pig. Having said this, Zhuoling turned and walked away. Zhuo's mother was so infuriated by Zhuoling that she was more convinced than ever that Shangguan, she was the reincarnation of the millennial fox spirit Sudaji. Let it be, Zhuo's father said. Just don't meddle with the child's affairs. Nowadays, people value love marriages, and arranged marriages by parents are out of fashion. When Zhuo's father was at work, he held a lower position than Zhuo's mother, so she had always been in charge, which meant that at home, Zhuo's mother had the final say. Moreover, Zhuo's mother didn't have any preference for sons over daughters. The reason she had 8 children was to prove her worth, because a life without a son was considered incomplete. A daughter married off is like water splashed out. No matter how many daughters you have, they can't compare to having a son. Zhuo's mother continued. Our Lingling is too outstanding. Who knows how many girls out there have their eyes on him? I calculated everything, but never expected Shangguan, she to be from the countryside. If I had known she was from the countryside, I would never have agreed to it when Lingling first brought it up. That girl is too scheming, hiding her rural background and deceiving us for so long. She should have mentioned her rural background early on. What is this if not deceit? Our Lingling is a dragon roaming the heavens, and she is just a sparrow that aspires to transform into a phoenix. It's too unsightly. So his father turned the page of the newspaper in his hand and replied, following his wife's thoughts. I also think Lai Bao is a decent child. The Chins are still young and can at least provide support for them for over a decade. If our Lingling marries Lai Bao and they have a chubby baby boy, the good days are still ahead. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's home, Ni, Sohua, and Shangguan Hui were sitting on the bed, also talking about Shangguan Shi. As a stepmother, There were some things Sohua felt awkward to speak out directly. She could only convey her thoughts to Shangwan Dehui. Dehui, although Xiaoxi seems to have a mild temperament and doesn't usually show much temper, she actually has a rebellious streak deep inside. You have to talk to her about Zhuoling properly, but also don't push her too hard. Beware of the extreme rebound effect. Even though Shangwan, she wasn't born to Sohua. Through the days spent together, she had come to understand Shangwan's eyes nature very well. Shangwan Dehui nodded. I know, don't worry. Actually, Shangwan, she was very much like the late Sufan. Sufan had known that Shangwan Dehui had someone else in his heart, but she had still married him, disregarding everything. Shangwan, she was also troubled, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep all night long. She couldn't figure it out. Zhuoling's qualifications were so outstanding. Why couldn't her family see his worth? As a result, when Shangwan she got up the next morning, 2 dark circles had formed under her eyes. Sister Xiaoxi didn't sleep well last night? And Yang greeted her at the dining table. Shangwan she nodded. Here, take this. And Yang fished a pink sugar pill from her pocket. What's this? And Yang said with a smile. It helps relieve fatigue and lighten dark circles. Hearing about the beneficial effects of the sugar pill, Shangwan she immediately took it and swallowed. Thank you, Yang. Otherwise I wouldn't have been presentable today. After a while, Suehua came over with breakfast. At noon, Yang received a phone call from the hospital. After hanging up, Yang found Suehua. Mom, I have something to tell you now. You need to be prepared emotionally. Is it about the paternity test? Suehua asked. Yes. Yang nodded. Mom, Yinyun is our second sister. Crash. The vase in Kuiwa's hand dropped to the floor, shattering, and with tears in her eyes, she said, Really? Is it true? It's true. Yang hugged Suehua. Mom, we found our second sister. We found her. We found her. Suehua cried tears of joy. Although they had found the person, Suehua was still faced with a dilemma, whether to acknowledge her or not. Currently, without acknowledgement, they still had a kinship with the Wu family. If they burst this bubble, what if they couldn't even remain relatives? After all, the Wu family had raised Wu Yinyun for 17 years, from a helpless little baby to a graceful young lady. No one knew how much heart and soul the Wu parents had poured into her. If they were to acknowledge her now, would the Wu parents forgive them? Would Wu Yinyun forgive them? In the evening, everyone gathered to discuss this issue. The elderly Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng said, We definitely must acknowledge her. No matter what, that child is our Zheng family's blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Complete outbreak. Shangwan Lady and Shangwan Dehui also suggested making the recognition. After all, they were talking about her own flesh and blood, and besides, Suehua had not intended to abandon Wu Yinyun in the first place. Yang, what do you think? Zheng Patriarch looked towards Yang. Though young in age, Yang was not lacking in experience, and her opinion was always sought in major family matters. Yang said, Of course we need to recognize her. After all, Yinyun is also a member of our family. But this matter can't be rushed. It needs to be approached gradually. They'll first go and gauge Godfather's reaction to see what they say. Wu Yinyun may be of a gentle disposition, but that doesn't necessarily mean she could accept this. After all, there's a saying, some pains are never understood until they happen to oneself. The person who was abandoned was Wu Yinyun, and the person who was almost sold was also Wu Yinyun. That core bitterness can only truly be understood by someone who has personally experienced it. Zheng Patriarch nodded. Yang is right. And Yang continued, Let me handle this matter. You all wait at home for my news. With that, Yang got up and walked outside. Yang, where are you going? Suehua stood up. Yang glanced back slightly. I'm heading to the construction site. I'll go with you. Kuihua's eyes reddened. No need for you to go. It's not appropriate for you to appear at a time like this. Shengwan held onto Kuihua's wrist. From an outsider's perspective, After all, Sohwa is the mother, and with the daughter having been abandoned, the mother bears an undeniable responsibility. And Young nodded. Dad's right. I can go by myself. And Young didn't go empty-handed. She took a basket of pork lard cakes and 2 bottles of milk tea along. Right as she walked out, she saw Mo Chishan riding his bicycle toward her. Where are you off to, wife? Mo Chishan stopped his bike in front of Young, propping one foot on the ground, his thin lips curved with a faint smile. The sunlight shone from behind him, brilliant and golden. Against the light, his face was somewhat obscured, and he appeared as if he had descended from the clouds. Mo, brother. And Young promptly brought herself to a halt. Mo Chishan parked his bike at the entrance, taking the items from Yang's hands. Where to? He'll accompany you. To the construction site. It was roughly a 10-minute walk from the Ni family, and on the way, Yang informed Mo Chishan about Wu Yinyan. Mo, brother, we found our second sister who was abandoned. It is Wu Yinyan, right? Mo Chishan's expression was calm, his tone very certain. In fact, he had long realized, and Yang was clear about her affections and grudges, she wouldn't be nice to someone without a reason. After all, there are many poor people in this world, and if one were to extend a helping hand to each one, who would have so much energy? Awesome. And Yang extended her thumb to Mo Chishan. That's right, Mo Chishan said with false arrogance. If I weren't so impressive, would I have a beautiful wife like you? Your skin is too thick. As she spoke, Yang continued, I'm going to discuss this matter with Godfather now. What do you think his reaction will be? Mo Chishan squinted his eyes. Our Godfather is an honest person, and you've helped his family so much. Though he may be surprised, I think he surely won't make things difficult for you. If it weren't for Yang, Wu Yinyan would now have been sold off to the Wu family, and the whole Wu family would not be able to live the life they have today. Yang nodded. I think your analysis is very accurate. Before long, they arrived at the construction site. Over 1 month had passed, and the construction site had changed considerably. The brick walls were already 2 levels high. Yang and Mo Chishan distributed the pork lard cakes and milk tea to everyone. In this freezing weather, biting into a soft pork lard cake followed by a sip of warm milk tea warmed the heart and stomach. A most exquisite comfort. The workers had been at the construction site for so long and had never encountered such generous homeowners. Mo Chishan knew Yang had something to say to Wu Jinshu, so he took some cigarettes and went to distribute them among the workers. Yang, with food in hand, found Wu Jinshu. Yang, you really don't need to be so polite. We've already had our fill at lunch. With Yang being so courteous, Wu Jinshu felt somewhat embarrassed. These days the Ni family nearly sent food over every afternoon, but sometimes it was Grandmother Zheng and Patriarch Zheng and Lady Shangwan who came. Yang was busy and couldn't possibly come every day. Yang smiled. Everyone's working hard, and the weather's so cold. Eating something is a good way to warm up. After speaking, Yang added, Actually, Godfather, there's something else I need to talk to you about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outbreak. _2. Hearing that Yang had something to say, Wu Jinshu immediately put down his teacup, as he had never treated Yang like a child. Yang, go ahead. Yang continued. This is about Yinyan. Yinyan? Wu Jinshu asked anxiously. Yang, is that child causing you trouble? No. Yang shook her head, getting straight to the point. Godfather, actually, Yinyan is my sister. Wu Jinshu smiled and said, Yinyan is already your sister, isn't she? Realizing Wu Jinshu might have misunderstood her, Yang continued, Godfather, Yinyan is my full-blooded younger sister. What? Wu Jinshu was taken aback. Full-blooded younger sister? Wu Jinshu looked at Yang and couldn't speak for a long while, not knowing what to say. Yang then spoke of the past. Godfather, it's like this. When Tsohwa gave birth to Wu Yinyan that year, Yang was only 1 year old. She didn't know what exactly happened, but when Mrs. Mu abandoned her 3 younger sisters and little Yun, and Ai Yang already had memories. At that time, and Ai Tsuehua simply had no ability to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the first child couldn't be abandoned, she too would not have escaped Mrs. Mew's clutches. Wu Yinyun had her own hardships, and Ai Tsuehua had hers. Wu Jinshu's eyebrows were deeply furrowed as he listened to Ai Yang. Were they intending to take Wu Yinyun back? The Ai family was wealthy. Their conditions were much better than his family's. If Wu Yinyun could be acknowledged by Ai Yang, she would be a young lady with a large fortune, and surely that would be better than staying with them. But Yinyun was, after all, the daughter they had raised with their own hands. He couldn't bear to let her go. He truly couldn't bear it. And Ai Yang seemed to perceive Wu Jinshu's thoughts and went on, "Godfather, rest assured, I'm not here to take Yinyun away. It wasn't easy for you and Godmother to raise Yinyun to this age. The grace of upbringing is greater than heaven. No matter what, you were Yinyun's parents." And Ai Yang wasn't the kind of person without a conscience. The Wu family had raised Wu Yinyun for so long. It would not only be illogical to take her back now, but it would also be unfair to Wu Jinshu and Yin Erju, including Ai Tsuehua. They had no intention of taking Wu Yinyun back. They just wanted to clarify things to Wu Yinyun and use the rest of their lives to make it up to her, so that neither of them would have regrets in their lives. Then Wu Jinshu started, his mouth agape. If the Ai family didn't want to take Wu Yinyun back, then why hadn't Ai Yang told them all this? And Ai Yang continued, "Godfather, if you don't mind, let Yinyun also acknowledge my parents as godparents. From now on, our two families will be even closer relatives." After much thought, this seemed like the most appropriate solution. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Yang, I can't decide this alone. I need to go back and discuss this with your godmother, and then see what Yinyun thinks. Yes, that's only proper. And Ai Yang nodded, standing up and dusting herself off. They'll head back first, Godfather. All right. Wu Jinshu stood to see Ai Yang off. Although Wu Jinshu wasn't well educated, he understood the ways of the world. The reason Ai Yang hadn't gone directly to Wu Yinyun, but instead had come to him, was out of respect for him. It showed that he, as her godfather, mattered to Ai Yang. If it had been someone without conscience, they could have just pushed him, the foster father, aside. But Ai Yang hadn't done that. Watching Ai Yang walk away, Mo Chishan quickly jogged over. How did it go? What did our godfather say? Ai Yang replied, "It's just like you guessed. Godfather didn't make it difficult for me, but I don't know what Yinyun will think." Mo Chishan wrapped an arm around Ai Yang's shoulders, his thin lips parting lightly. "Do your best and let fate decide. As a sister, you've done well enough. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Ai Yang was only Wu Yinyun's sister. In other families, a sister simply couldn't do so much, especially since she wasn't the one who caused this mess to begin with. Ai Yang nodded. "Let's hurry back. My parents and grandparents are still at home waiting for the result." Sure enough, as soon as they arrived home, Ai Tsuehua and the rest were eager to ask Ai Yang what Wu Jinshu had said. Ai Yang shared, "Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, don't be anxious. My godfather didn't make things difficult for me. He said that we'll need to wait for Yinyun's feelings on this matter, and we'll probably know the result by tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Total outburst. _3. Ai Tsuehua nodded, her eyes still red. Lady Shangwan said, "I see that Yinyun is quite gentle and sensible. I think she will definitely understand you, Daya. Don't worry." Wu Yinyun seemed like a child with no temper, gentle and honest. Not the kind who would unreasonably stick to his guns. Lady Zheng agreed. "I think my in-law is right." Wu Yinyun had visited the Ai family a few times, and now, thinking back, Lady Zheng felt that Wu Yinyun's temperament was very much like Zheng Su's. On the other hand, Shangwan, she had been preoccupied all day. Zhuoling noticed her distraction and asked when they were returning to the dormitory after work, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell?" Shangwan, she smiled and said, "It's nothing." Thinking of her family's advice, Shangwan, she added, "Zhuoling, there's something I want to talk to you about. Go ahead. Shangguan, she spotted a small restaurant on the roadside. Let's go there and talk while we eat. Okay, Zhuoling nodded. The small restaurant was very simple. The two of them ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup for just 8 yuan. As they ate and talked, Shangguan, she asked, Zhuoling, do you hope your future child is a boy or a girl? When Shangguan, she suddenly asked this, Zhuoling was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, boy or girl, I like both equally. Didn't the great man say that men and women are now equal? Hearing this, Shangguan, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Zhuoling wasn't biased in favor of boys. Xiaoxi, why would you suddenly ask that? Zhuoling looked up at Shangguan. Tell me, are you thinking about having children with me? Cough, cough, cough. Shangguan, she choked on her soup, tears streaming from her eyes. Xiaoxi, are you all right? Zhuoling quickly stood up to pat her back. Take it easy. No one's rushing you. I was startled by you, all right. Shangguan, she rolled her eyes at Zhuoling, her face turning red. Who said I want to have children with you? Zhuoling laughed. If not with me, then who else would you want to have them with? Shangguan, she pushed him lightly, straightened her expression, and said, Zhuoling, be serious. I'm talking about something important here. Who says I'm not being serious? I am very serious and solemn. Zhuoling continued. Xiaoxi, we are not young anymore. I met your parents yesterday. When can we get our marriage certificate? Then we can have a bunch of kids. A bunch? Shangguan, she widened her eyes. Zhuoling, family planning is so strict now. And you still want a bunch? Zhuoling slapped his forehead. Right. I forgot. I thought it was still my parents' era, where you could have as many children you want. Shangguan, she continued. I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly. Zhuoling nodded. Ask away. I guarantee no secrets at all from you, or may lightning strike me dead. Did my uncle and aunt have so many children because they preferred sons over daughters? Shangguan, she asked. Of course not. Zhuoling immediately denied. Xiaoxi, why would you think that? My parents are leaders at the factory. They are educated people. How can their consciousness be so low? Rest assured, they absolutely aren't the type who prefer sons over daughters. Whether or not his parents favored sons over daughters, Zhuoling, being their son, definitely knew it clearly. As a child, while his 7 sisters ate bran and swallowed vegetables, he alone ate white rice and fine flour, having a boiled egg every morning, his sisters not even dreaming of getting a piece of the eggshell. Moreover, all 7 of his sisters were illiterate. Only he graduated from university. Even now, those 7 sisters had to frequently subsidize the family. But how could he admit such a thing directly? Zhuoling wasn't stupid. He and Shangguan Zai's relationship was at a critical juncture. What if this broke them up? He certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liabao, that pig. Really? Shangguan, she pressed on. If uncle and aunt didn't prefer sons over daughters, then why did they have so many children? Zhuoling laughed and said, my dad was an only child, and my mom had her and my aunt, just 2 people. Seeing other families with many children always seemed very lively. My parents especially envied that. So, my mom gave birth to my 7 sisters and me. Actually, there was another younger sister after me, but when my mom was 8 months pregnant with her, she accidentally fell. Medical skills weren't advanced at that time, so the baby didn't survive, and my mom was very heartbroken. After that, she never conceived again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outbreak. _4. Zhuoling made up the story about the past pregnancy. His goal was simply to make Shangguan she believe him. After all, the Zhou family had only moved to Beijing 20 years ago, and many old neighbors weren't clear about their old affairs. So even if Shangguan she had the intention to inquire, she wouldn't find out anything. Shangguan she nodded. Oh, I see. Zhuoling continued. My mother still remembers my unborn sister to this day. Every year on Tomb Sweeping Day and the Cold Clothes Festival, she burns paper money for her. Xiaoxi, you must remember never to bring this up in front of my mother. I don't want to resurrect her grief. He knew Shangguan she too well. She was simple and kind-hearted. Considering his mother, she would not ask his mother to verify this. I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything. That's good then. As the conversation ended, Shangwan she added, by the way, Zhuoling, there's another thing I want to make clear to you. Go ahead, Zhuoling said with a smile. I'm all ears. Shangwan she said, nowadays, birth planning is so strict. If we were to get married in the future, regardless of whether our first child is a boy or a girl, I will not have a second child, and even your parents cannot interfere with our decision. If you agree, then we can continue our relationship. If you don't, then let's just end things here. Some things needed to be made clear in advance. Having been advised by her family, Shangwan she didn't want to end up in an ugly dispute over such matters. This was absolutely unacceptable. Even though birth planning was strict, if one spouse could resign from work, not both being in employment would allow a second child. Besides, wasn't it a woman's duty to carry on the family line? Will a woman who couldn't bear children be brought home just to be revered like an ancestor? But of course, Zhuoling would never speak these thoughts aloud. He was, for now, quite content to revere Shangwan she like an honored ancestor. Shangwan she was beautiful and well-educated, and they shared deep feelings. Zhuoling did not want to part ways over the issue of children. People change. Shangwan she, not yet married and still a young woman, was unaware of a woman's duties and mission. Perhaps after getting married, she would understand. By then, she might even be clamoring to have a second, third, or fourth child. Yes, that would definitely happen. Thinking this, Zhuoling said with a smile, Yes, I'll listen to you. Xiaoxi, don't worry. In the future, whatever you say goes in our family. As for children, you can have as many as you want, and if you don't want any, then we won't have any at all. Really? Shangwan she looked at Zhuoling somewhat surprised, as she had not expected him to be so open-minded. Because her birth mother, Su Fun, had died in childbirth on the operating table, Shangwan she harbored some fear of giving birth. Zhuoling, I'll just tell you the truth. My biological mother died from complications during childbirth, and I am actually quite afraid of giving birth, Shangwan she continued. And I've heard from Xiaolin in the workshop that giving birth is incredibly painful, and that during birth, the child and feces might come out together. What had Xiaolin said at that time? Xiaolin said she lost all her dignity on the operating table. Ever since having a child, Xiaolin had become a different person, treating her own mother with special kindness and filial piety because she had experienced the agony of childbirth. A woman only understands a mother's sacrifices and greatness once she becomes a mother herself. One only understands parental grace after raising children. Zhuoling said with a smile, Then let's not have children. By the way, Xiaoxi, what do your uncle and aunt, grandparents, and grandmother think of me after yesterday? He knew without asking that Shangwan Zai's parents must have a very good impression of him. After all, finding a man like him in Beijing was incredibly difficult. Zhuoling was very aware of Shangwan Zai's family circumstances. Shangwan Zai's father was just a teacher. How much could a teacher earn a month? At most 20 yuan? Not even as much as their family nanny maid. And her stepmother just ran a small business, the least prestigious occupation. If it weren't for his affection for Shangwan Shi, he wouldn't consider marrying the daughter of a small business owner. Shangwan Zai's brother worked at a bank, probably just doing menial tasks. As for that sister, except for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, she was utterly useless. The sister's boyfriend didn't even have a proper job. He guessed that the total income of Shangwan Zai's entire family might not be higher than his salary alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Total Outbreak, _5. Not only is the income low, but there's also the need to support 3 elders and a child. What money could such a family have? When encountering a golden son-in-law like him, one must definitely hold on tight. In the entire family, only he has a monthly salary over 100. Zhuoling felt a full sense of superiority in his heart. Shangguan, she didn't have the heart to deflate Zwiling's pride and also wanted to leave a good impression of her family in his heart. She knew some things clearly herself and lightly said, "My parents have a particularly good impression of you, especially my aunt and my younger aunt. After you left, the two of them were still praising you." "Really?" Zwiling asked. "Really?" Shangguan, she nodded. Zwiling then said, "So, should we start discussing our wedding date now?" Shangguan's face flushed momentarily. This is not urgent. Xiaoxi, I'm already 23 this year. The 80s were not like later times. Back then, people advocated for early marriage and childbirth. Some college students were still studying when they had children, and there were some who attended college while having children. Someone like Shangguan, she was already considered an older youth. The most crucial issue was that Shangguan, she was somewhat traditional. Normally, Zwiling couldn't even hold her hand, let alone other things. 23 is an age easily prone to impulsiveness. Shangguan, she continued, "You've met my parents, but I haven't met your uncle and aunt yet. I also don't know if your uncle and aunt are satisfied with me." Zwiling said with a smile, "You can rest assured about that, Xiaoxi. You're beautiful and well-educated. My parents will definitely be very satisfied with you. How about this? Let's set a time for you to visit my parents, and then arrange a day for the parents on both sides to meet." Shangguan, she nodded. That's possible. Having resolved the issue of having children, Shangguan, she felt much more relaxed. On the way to the dormitory, she even hummed the popular song Sweet Honey. No sooner had she returned to the dormitory than Shangguan, she found an additional message on her pager from home. Shangguan, she put on her coat again and went to a public telephone booth to call back home. The person who answered the phone was Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua was informing Shangguan she about Wu Yanyan's situation. Although Wu Yanyan and Shangguan, she weren't related by blood, they were now a family. And since it was a family matter, she should inform Shangguan she. It was the least form of respect. Shangguan, she was a sensible and good child, and immediately said she would return home tomorrow. She was also very happy that Ni Tsuehua was willing to tell her about this matter. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, Wu Jinshu did not tell Wu Yanyan about the situation immediately, but quietly spoke to Yin Erju about it. After hearing this, Yin Erju exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Wu Jinshu nodded. "What kind of question is that? Why joke about such a matter?" After saying this, he continued, "It's not only our Yin Yin who was abandoned as a child, but also Yang Yang's third and fourth sisters. However, we can't blame their mother for this." Yin Erju sighed after listening. "We really can't blame Yang Yang's mother for such a thing. Just look at your mother, and you'll understand. If it weren't for Yang Yang, wouldn't our Yin Yin have been sold to the Wu family?" Upon mentioning this matter, Wu Jinshu bowed his head in shame. After they had moved here, Grandma Wu hadn't given up. After some inquiries, she and Wu Jinjin found this place. But on their way here, she had slipped and became a vegetable, still lying in the hospital to this date. Wu Jinjin was afraid of being responsible and hid himself away. As a son, Wu Jinshu had to take care of her, now bearing a medical expense of 20 yuan per month. Fortunately, the construction company was now making quite a bit of money each month, so this 20 yuan didn't exert too much pressure on them. Otherwise, life would really have been impossible to continue. Also, fortunately, Grandma Wu's fall made her a vegetable. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble she could have caused later on. She might even have taken this opportunity to fiercely extort a sum from the Ni family. Wu Jinshu knew it was wrong for a son to have such thoughts, but he couldn't help it. Whenever he thought of his mother's actions, he became very angry. Wu Jinshu then said, "When should we tell Yin Yin about this matter? What do you think?" Yin Erju was unsure as well. At the same time, she was somewhat worried. After all, the Ni family's conditions were so good. What if Wu Yin didn't want them as his foster parents after knowing about this matter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Total Outbreak, _6. Wu Jinshu said, "What I mean is, since Yin Yin will have to know about this sooner or later, we might as well tell her now. Isn't there a saying, a swift knife cuts through the mess? If Yin Yun really chooses the Ni family and doesn't want us anymore, we can't stop her. After all, blood is thicker than water. No matter what choice Yin Yun made, Wu Jinshu would respect it. But out of selfishness, Wu Jinshu still hoped that Wu Yinyun wouldn't abandon them. Okay, Yin Urjin nodded and with a sigh said, "They'll go call Xiaoyan." Wu Yinyun now lived in a room by herself. When Yin Urju went to see her, she was revising her schoolwork. Her grades were good, but not top-notch. With Ni Yang as a shining example before her, she wanted to make a push as well to bring honor to her parents. "Xiaoyan, are you studying?" Yin Urju gently pushed the door open. Wu Yinyun nodded. "Mom, is there something you needed from me?" Yin Urju smiled and said, "Xiaoyan, come with Mom for a moment. Your dad and I have something to tell you." "Okay." Wu Yinyun put down her pen and followed Yin Urju to the master bedroom. "Yinyun is here. Have a seat." Wu Jinshu patted the sofa. Sensing something off about her parents' expressions, Wu Yinyun asked, "Mom, Dad, what is it you want to talk to me about? You seem so serious?" Wu Jinshu swallowed, carefully choosing his words in his mind. "It's not such a big deal. It's just... Yinyun, your mom, I want to talk to you about your origins. I think you should know that you are not our biological child." Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyun's eyes instantly reddened. "Mom, Dad, do you not want me anymore?" Ever since she knew about her origins, Wu Yanyun's mind had become sensitive. She feared that one day her parents might suddenly not want her. Hearing this, her heart leaped to her throat. "No, not at all." Wu Jinshu quickly shook his head to deny it. "Silly child, what are you talking about? Why would your mom and dad not want you? Your parents just want to talk to you about this matter." Yin Urju added, "Xiaoyan, you were raised by me, from diapers to potty training. How could I ever not want you? Don't worry, you will always be your father and mother's daughter." Wu Yinyun wiped her tears. Then, "Why are you bringing up this issue all of a sudden?" Something felt off about it all. Yin Urju sighed and continued, "Xiaoyun, your biological mother had no choice but to abandon you, and I hope you won't hold it against them." Wu Yinyun blinked, then said, "Have they come looking?" Yin Urju nodded. Learning that her blood relatives had found her, Wu Yinyun couldn't describe what she was feeling. Her mind went blank. They didn't want her, did they? So why were they looking for her now? What kind of desperation had led them to give up their own flesh and blood? "Mom, you and Dad just ignore them." Wu Jinshu continued. "Yinyun, aren't you even a little bit curious who they are?" "I'm not curious. Besides, there wasn't anything to be curious about." Yin Urju said, "Xiaoyun, your biological mother really had her desperate reasons, and I hope you can forgive them." Wu Yinyun stayed silent. Yin Urju continued, "Xiaoyun, actually, Yang Yang is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is your biological mother." At these words, Wu Yinyun felt as if something in her mind exploded with a bang. She never dreamed that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother, that Ni Yang was her biological sister. She remembered the first time she saw Ni Yang. That day, Ni Yang wore a beautiful and tidy cheongsam, like a young miss from a wealthy family stepping out of a novel, observably untouchable. At the time, she wondered how there could be someone so beautiful in the world. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had such good fortune. Back then, she wore patchwork clothes, looking destitute like a beggar, struggling even for 3 meals a day. The first time she met Ni Tsuehua, the scene was much the same. Ni Tsuehua lived in a glittering, grand villa, surrounded by a cluster of servants, and she was dressed worse than the servants. Now, they had come to tell her that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. The irony of it all was just too much. Wu Yinyun couldn't accept it. She simply couldn't. "No, Mom, you're lying to me. They're not. They're not." Wu Jinshu sighed. "Yinyun, your mom isn't lying to you. Yang Yang really is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is indeed your birth mother. Yinyun, our family situation isn't as good as theirs. If you want to go to the Ni family, your mom and I won't stop you. After all, it wasn't Yang Yang's mom's intention to lose you, no. I won't go to their house. Dad, Mom, I am forever your daughter. I don't want to leave you. Wu Yinyun hugged Yin Erju tightly. Mom, don't send me away. Even if the Ni family owned mountains of gold and silver, she wouldn't go. Her home was here forever. Tears welled up in Yin Erju's eyes. How could your dad and I send you away? We won't. Knowing that Wu Yinyun didn't want to leave, Yin Erju also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jinshu continued. Xiaoyun, Yang has already discussed with me. Why don't you just consider them as your godparents? That way, you'll have an extra set of parents who care about you. Is this what Sister Yang suggested? Wu Yinyun looked at Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu nodded. Yes. I disagree. Wu Yinyun flatly rejected. Although she had never thought of going back to the Ni family, she hadn't expected that the Ni family never even considered taking her back. Her refusal was one thing. Whether the Ni family acknowledged, it was another. Were they afraid she would come back to claim the Ni family's inheritance? Ridiculous. She had ambition. She was determined to fight for what she wanted. Did she care about the Ni family's wealth? Why not? Wu Jinshu asked. Because I will never forgive them. Not in this lifetime, Wu Yinyun declared. Now Wu Yinyun had finally realized why Ni Yang had said those words to her before. Ni Yang must have known then that she was her sister. If she knew all along, why didn't she tell her sooner? Wu Yinyun suddenly felt a ludicrous sense of being toyed with. So all of this was premeditated. Xiaoyun, don't be like that. Actually, Yang's mom was also helpless. It wasn't just you who got thrown away. Your third and fourth sisters were discarded too. Then why weren't Ni Yang and Ni Yun thrown away? Wu Yinyun retorted. Why was she the one discarded? As a mother, how could Ni Suihua not protect her own children? If she never wanted her to begin with, why give birth to her at all? Such injustice was truly unfair to her. Yin Erju continued, because Yang is the eldest child. There's a saying back in our hometown that the eldest must be well raised. What about Ni Yun then? Wu Yinyun pressed on. Yin Erju choked, then said, Yinyun was also going to be thrown away, but fortunately, Yang's mom and her biological father got divorced in time. Actually, Yang's mom had it tough too. Then why couldn't they have divorced sooner? If they had divorced earlier, none of this would have happened. Wu Yinyun pressed on. Anyway, I can't forgive them. Mom and Dad. Let's not have any more dealings with them from now on. I don't want to see anyone from their family ever again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002. Super protective Wu Yinyun really couldn't forgive the Ni family. Whenever she thought about how she was the one discarded, she felt extremely uncomfortable, suffocated. A mix of complex emotions would come together, and she felt like she would explode. Yinyun, calm down a bit. Erju continued. Back then, women had no say in anything. You know about your grandmother's issue. If it weren't for Yang, you would already be stepmothering someone else's children, you know? You can't be so heartless. Wu Yinyun looked at Erju and said, if they hadn't discarded me, I wouldn't have almost ended up as someone else's stepmother. At the end of the day, this whole thing was still the Ni family's fault. All the suffering she endured was caused by the Ni family. Wu Jinshu said, Yinyun, back then, when your grandmother wanted to marry you into the Wu family, your mom and I, we couldn't protect you, just like Yang's mom faced the same situation as your mom, and I did back then. Equally helpless, equally desperate. As parents, Wu Jinshu and Erju really understood Ni Suihua. Previously, as a bystander, Wu Yinyun, upon hearing Yang reminisce about the past, could also understand Ni Suihua. But now, Wu Yinyun wasn't a bystander. She was the one who experienced it. No one knew what she had gone through over the years. She was only 18 this year, yet life's hardships had spared none on her. In the past, just to let her parents and 3 younger brothers have a bit more to eat, she often went hungry. In the winter, because she had no cotton shoes, her toes were nearly frostbitten. In her second year of high school, she was forced to drop out due to lack of money. That same year, she nearly became someone's stepmother. Given a choice, she would rather have never experienced life on Earth. Mom, Dad, stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Wu Yin stood up, took a deep breath. That's it, I'm going back to my room. I will never set foot in the Ni family's house again. Wu Jinshu wanted to say more, but was held back by Erju, who whispered, "She's furious right now. Let her calm down first." Okay, Wu Jinshu nodded. Before talking to Wu Yinyun about this matter, the couple had thought of many possible outcomes, but they had never expected this one. They hadn't anticipated that Wu Yinyun would get so angry, nor that she would start to hate the people of an I family. What should I tell Yang Yang tomorrow? Wu Jinshu was somewhat troubled. Failing to resolve this matter, Wu Jinshu felt very guilty, especially since Yang Yang had helped their family out so much. There's no other way but to tell the truth, Erju said. We can't just force Yanyun's head down and make her acknowledge these relatives. Yanyun has been obedient all her life. It's just that she's struggling to accept this outcome right now. Maybe she'll come around after a few days. This is the only option left, Wu Jinshu said helplessly. Inside the house, Wu Yinyun sat at her desk, sobbing, nearly out of breath. The air felt oppressive and suffocating. A few days earlier, when she visited the Ni family, she saw little Ni Yun being adored by the whole family, truly treated like a gem held in the palms. Little Ni Yun's food and belongings were things she had never seen in her childhood, especially the three old folks who spoiled little Ni Yun to the extreme, giving him whatever he wanted, even sterilizing his eating utensils with hot water. He's already nearly 3 years old and still drinking milk, and her? She didn't even have breast milk as a child. It was Erju who fed her rice water. Because of the lack of nutrition in rice water, her immune system was much weaker than her peers, making her prone to catching colds. Above, Yang Yang outshined her, becoming the national top scholar, basked in endless glory. Below, little Ni Yun lived a better life than hers. Even though they were sisters from the same mother, why did she taste all the bitterness of life while they lived so well? It was better not to think of these things, but when she did, she felt incredibly wronged, incredibly hurt. Why? Why was she the one discarded? What kind of mother doesn't raise her child? She wouldn't forgive them, never would. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Yang was already waiting at the village entrance. In the early winter morning, a thick white fog filled the air. Visibility was barely 1 meter, and even Yang Yang, whose senses were extremely sharp, couldn't see through the heavy fog. After a long wait, she finally saw Wu Jinshu leading workers towards her. Godfather. Yang Yang, Wu Jinshu's face looked rather unpleasant. Yinyun, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003. Super Protection of Companions _2. Seeing the look on Wu Jinshu's face, Ni Yang had already guessed the outcome of the matter. In fact, Ni Yang had been mentally prepared for this. From the perspective of a child who had been abandoned, Ni Yang could also understand Wu Yinyun. Godfather, does Yinyun not want to forgive us? MHM. Wu Jinshu succinctly relayed last night's events to Ni Yang. He didn't go into details, just said that Wu Yinyun couldn't digest the fact for the time being, and was temporarily unwilling to acknowledge the relationship. Yang Yang, I'm sorry. Don't worry. Your godmother and I will try our best to persuade Yinyun. That child might just need some time to come around, Wu Jinshu said, believing that Wu Yinyun was just emotionally upset for now, since she had always been sensible from a young age. As long as she could understand this, it would be fine. And Yang gave a faint smile. Godfather, you don't need to apologize. The ones who should apologize are us. We're the ones who wronged Yinyun. No matter how you put it, the one who had been abandoned was Wu Yinyun. It was normal for her to feel aggrieved and angry. After bidding farewell to Wu Jinshu, Yang returned home and recounted the situation to her family. Upon hearing the news, both Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, the elders, looked disappointed and put down the things in their hands. These were gifts they had prepared for Wu Yinyun, originally planning to visit the Wu family today. They hadn't expected Wu Yinyun to refuse to recognize them. Sighed deeply, guiltily saying, "It is my fault. I owe that child an apology." Hua felt deep remorse for the child she had not even held once after birth. In the past, she was the one who was useless, the one who failed to protect her own child. She hoped to use the rest of her life to make amends. That's why she had been working so hard, so insistently, to run the spicy strip factory and to make the food business bigger. Now that she had finally found her child, Hua did not want to easily give up. She wanted to make amends to the children with her own ability. "We will go with you," said the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Shangwan Hui picked up his coat. "There's no class this morning at school. I will go with you as well." Yang spoke in a muted tone, trying to dissuade them. "Yin Yun is angry right now. Going over will not only be unhelpful, but might even make things worse. Regardless, I still want to go see for myself," said Hua, her voice already nearing hoarseness. What if Yin Yun accepted her apology? Hua was determined to go, and Yang had no choice but to say, "Then go, but you must prepare yourself mentally." Hua nodded. The elder Zhengs also took large and small packs of gifts and went with her, while Mrs. Shangwan stayed at home to take care of little Yin. Around 9 o'clock, she came home. "Why is nobody at home? Grandma, where are my parents? And how is the situation with Yin Yin? When are we planning the family reunion?" That would mean Yin Yin would be her third sister. From now on, their family would have one more member, and Shangwan, she was quite happy about it. Mrs. Shangwan shook her head. "Don't even mention it. You wouldn't think Yin Yin has such a temper, but she refuses to acknowledge us." From Mrs. Shangwan's point of view, Hua and Yang had been good enough to Yin Yun. Yet Yin Yun seemed to be a bit unaware of her good fortune. "Not recognize? Why not? It's not my parents' fault." Shangwan, she frowned slightly. "I remember Yin Yun is 17 this year, right?" "Yes, she is 2 years younger than Yang." Mrs. Shangwan confirmed with a nod. Shangwan, she continued, "I remember that around this time, 2 years ago, Yang already had opened over 10 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops. If they really are sisters, there shouldn't be such a big difference." Being true sisters, Shangwan, she couldn't help but compare Yin Yun with Yang. Others might not know about Yang's situation, but Shangwan, she knew everything clearly. Everything Yang currently owned was earned by herself. She had never relied on anyone. This comparison made Yin Yun seem to pale in comparison. Mrs. Shangwan sighed. After all, she was abandoned since she was little. It's normal for her to have grievances in her heart. Perhaps she'll come around after thinking it over for a few days. "Let's hope so." Shangwan, she shrugged her shoulders and stretched out her hand to little Yun. "Come, little Yin Yun. Do you want a hug from your sister? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1004, Super Protective of One's Close Ones _3. "Okay." Little Yun immediately reached out and hugged Shangwan Zai's neck. "Sister Xiaoxi, Yin Yun missed you so much." Little Yun was at an age where she was sweet-tongued, charming everyone she saw, often bringing the family to laughter. As Shangwan, she played with little Yun, she asked the Mu family's old lady about Yin Yun. "So my parents have gone to Yang Yun's home now?" And the Mu family's old lady nodded. "Yang told them not to go, but your mom couldn't wait any longer. She said she wanted to go and apologize to Yin Yun in person." "Did Yang go as well?" Shangwan, she questioned. Yang didn't go. She had things to do in the city." After saying this, the Mu family's old lady continued, "Don't just talk about them. What about you? How are things going with Zuoling? When are you two planning to break up?" The Mu family's old lady dreamt of Shangwan, she breaking up with Zuoling. "Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Zuoling and I are doing great. How could we possibly break up? With such a complex family that favors sons over daughters, you'll regret it someday if you don't break up," the Mu family's old lady declared. Hearing this, Shangwan, she smiled. "Don't worry, Grandma. I've already figured out Zuoling's family situation. The reason Zuoling has 7 sisters is not because of preferring sons over daughters. It's because his parents like a bustling household, which led them to have several children. Besides, after Zuoling, his mother was pregnant again. Shang Wanshi truly trusted Zhuoling, so she took his words as the absolute truth. How can you be sure Zhuoling isn't deceiving you? The Mu family's old lady looked at Shang Wanshi. Only Shang Wanshi would believe such tall tales. How many women in this world would give birth to 8 children just because they like a bustling household? Shang Wanshi firmly said, no, Zhuoling would never deceive me. The Mu family's old lady sighed again. Xiaoxi, you are too naive. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise you that Zhuoling is not that kind of person. Moreover, Zhuoling has assured me that if we really stay together, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. We only want one child. Zhuoling is also very open-minded and can even accept not having children. As she finished speaking, Shang Wanshi turned to little Ni Yun. Yun, don't you think Sister Xiaoxi is right? Yes, yes. Little Ni Yun nodded vigorously in agreement. You little girl, what do you know? The Mu family's old lady said with a chuckle as she poked little Ni Yun on the forehead. Little Ni Yun earnestly replied, I know. I understand very well. The Mu family's old lady turned serious. Xiaoxi, if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Yang Yang's judgment. Even Yang Yang thinks that Zhuoling is unreliable. Shang Wanshi nodded. I know, Grandma. Don't worry, I definitely won't be fooled by anyone. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, Yan Erju warmly welcomed Anai, Suahua, Shangwan Hui, and the elder Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Uncle, Aunt, please have some tea. Yan Erju set the tea on the table. Brother-in-law and Ting Ting, you have some too. Thank you, Sister Erju. And I said with tears in her eyes, Sister Erju, may we see Yin Yin? Yan Erju nodded. They'll go call her. Please wait a moment. Since the night before, Wu Yinyun had locked herself in her bedroom and had not come out. With the door locked from the inside, Yan Erju had no choice but to knock. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan. She called out many times without a response. Sighing, Yan Erju spoke softly. Xiaoyan, why are you so stubborn? It wasn't Yang Yang's mom who abandoned you. With such a mother-in-law, she had no choice. She's just as much a victim of fate as your mother. When your grandma wanted to sell you, I was powerless too. Have you forgotten all this? Just as Yin Erju was about to give up, the door opened. Wu Yinyin was no longer as agitated as the day before and spoke calmly. Mom, do you believe everything they say? Since the Mu family's old lady is already dead, there's no one left to verify the truth. They can say whatever they want. Yin Erju replied, Xiaoyan, it's not right to think like that. I don't think Yang Yang's mom is the kind of person who would lie. To abandon one's own child is nothing. What would lying be to her? Wu Yanyin's mouth twisted with sarcasm. She said I was abandoned by the Mu family's old lady. Well, I could also say she abused the Mu family's elderly. What couldn't a person who could abandon their own child be capable of doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Super Protective _4. What does abuse of the elderly amount to compare to abandoning a child? Yin Erju sighed. Xiaoyan, stop being so stubborn. If Yang Yang's mom really wanted to abandon you, she wouldn't come looking for you now. There's no mother in this world who doesn't love her child. Seeing Wu Yinyin like this made Yin Erju very anxious. And Ai Yang's family had been so good to them, and she didn't want Wu Yinyin to hurt Ai Hui's feelings. They say spilled water cannot be regained, and indeed, hearts are the hardest to mend. Some things, once lost, can never be retrieved. On the other hand, Yin Erju also didn't want Wu Yinyin to do something she would regret. Love, Wu Yinyin retorted. How can she throw me away if she loves her child? Isn't it said that a mother should be strong? I think she doesn't deserve to be a mother. Yin Erju continued, Xiaoyan, calm down. Sit down peacefully and talk it out with Yang Yang's mom and listen to what they have to say. Can't you be a bit more flexible? Even if just for mom's sake? Mom did, after all, raise you for 18 years. Are you not even willing to listen to her now? Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyin's expression changed. She didn't want Yin Erju to worry about her anymore. I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Yin Erju breathed a sigh of relief. Then come with me to the living room now. Have they arrived? Wu Yinyan asked. Yes. Yin Erju nodded. Yang Yang's dad, Yang Yang's mom, and your grandparents are all here. Xiaoyan, be good, and don't say those hurtful things anymore. Wu Yinyan didn't respond and turned to walk to the living room. Yin Erju followed Wu Yanyan's steps. When Wu Yanyan emerged, Quihua's face tensed up, she didn't know what to say. Should she call her child, or should she just call her by her name, Wu Yanyan? The table was piled with many gifts that Suehua and others had brought. Wu Yanyan walked up to the table. With a sweep, she stretched out her hand and swept everything on the table onto the floor, pointing outside and yelling, "Leave! Get out of here, fast! We don't welcome you people in our home." No one expected Wu Yanyan to react like this, including Yin Erju, who thought Wu Yanyan had calmed down. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Yin Erju hurried over and scolded loudly. "What you're doing is very rude, don't you know?" After speaking, Yin Erju immediately apologized to Suehua. "I'm sorry, Ting Ting." Xiaoyan didn't mean to before Suehua could respond. Wu Yanyan picked a gift box from the floor and threw it at Suehua. "It was intentional. I did it on purpose. Leave. Take these things and get out of my house." Shangwan Dehui frowned slightly, wanting to reprimand Wu Yanyan, but considering Quihua's position, he suppressed his anger. If he had any blood relation with Wu Yanyan today, he wouldn't stand idly by. Suehua was stunned, tears streaming down. "Child, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I know you hate me. But I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to abandon you. It's just that I was too incapable. Leave. Get out now." More things were hurled at Suehua and the Elder Zheng. A gift box corner hit Elder Zheng's forehead, instantly swelling up. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Yin Erju stepped forward and slapped Wu Yanyan. "They are your elders. You shouldn't act this way. It's offensive. They weren't afraid of divine retribution when they abandoned me. Why should I be?" Wu Yanyan, covering her left cheek and hysterical, yelled, "Leave! Leave! Mom, Dad, Daya, let's go." Shangwan Due positioned himself in front of Suehua and her family, guiding them outside. Under these circumstances, Suehua and others had no choice but to leave temporarily. Yin Erju sighed, her face filled with guilt as she escorted them to the door. "Uncle, Aunt, Sister Tingting, brother-in-law, please don't take today's events to heart. Xiaoyan was just too impulsive. Don't worry, I will certainly teach her a lesson later." Suehua wiped her tears and grasped Yin Erju's hand. "Sister Erju, it's my fault. She's right to hate me. Don't blame her." Such is the compassion of all parents worldwide. Yin Erju's eyes also turned red. "Yes, I know. Don't worry, I won't blame her. I will talk to her properly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1006, Super Protective _5. Suehua nodded. "Thank you, Sister Erju." "Of course." Shangwan Dehui had known that the outcome of this visit might not be good, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Wu Yanyan's reaction had caught him off guard. Previously, he and Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng thought the same, considering Wu Yanyan to be a gentle and honest girl. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Several people got into the car. The expressions of Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were somewhat grim. They had lost their only daughter for decades. They knew too well the feeling of utter despair and had thought that after their explanation, Wu Yanyan would understand them. But Wu Yanyan didn't even give them a chance to explain and even resorted to violence. No matter what, they were her elders. Even if Wu Yanyan didn't regard them as elders, they were still elderly, and her hitting them was simply wrong. In comparison to Yang, Wu Yanyan fell far short. To say he was not disappointed would be a lie. But from another perspective, this child was also pitiful. She had lost her mother at a young age and had almost died. Hopefully, the child can find her way out of this dead end soon. Suehua then said, "Dehui, Dad, Mom, let's not tell Yang about what just happened." Knowing Ni Yang's temperament, if she found out what Wu Yinyan did, she definitely wouldn't let it go. After all, Ni Yang was a very protective person. Shangwan Dehui didn't say anything. Ni Suihua nudged Shangwan Dehui's arm. Dehui, did you hear me? Shangwan Dehui sighed, I know. Hearing this, Ni Suihua turned to look at Mr. and Mrs. Zheng in the back seat. Dad, Mom, you mustn't tell Yang Yang either. Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng nodded. At the Wu family house, Urju scolded Wu Yinyan severely. Xiaoyan, you really disappointed me today. How could you resort to violence? No matter what, they are your elders. Especially considering Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng's age. Did you even think about the consequences before throwing things? Xiaoyan, murder doesn't even go this far. Think about what you've done. After saying this, Urju stopped caring about Su Xiaoyan and turned to walk to her room. Wu Yinyan stood there, reeling. Was she wrong? Really wrong? Did she deserve to be abandoned? Discarded by people and still expected to smile and say it didn't matter, that she didn't care? She is human, not a toy to be tossed around. Meanwhile, Ni Yang went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. It had been a while since she last did so, and after making the rounds, she reaped a huge profit that she could hardly stuff into her backpack, also carrying 2 plastic bags. As soon as she left the mall, she saw Xiaozhou. Brother Yang, where are you coming from? Xiaozhou greeted him. I went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. Did you come to browse the mall? Ni Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Xiaozhou nodded. By the way, what are you carrying that's so heavy? Money. Ni Yang didn't conceal it. Xiaozhou unbelievingly said, Come on, Brother Yang, don't joke. I'm serious. Who would use 2 broken plastic bags to carry money? If there was really that much money, wouldn't one need to be fully armed and able to walk so boldly on the street? It really is money. Ni Yang seriously said, I'm actually on my way to deposit it in the bank. Xiaozhou looked at Ni Yang incredulously. Do you think I look like a fool? Ni Yang nodded, quite so. With that, Ni Yang handed Xiaozhou a plastic bag. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Xiaozhou took the plastic bag. Indeed, just as he had expected. It was quite heavy. As Xiaozhou carried it, he opened a corner to look inside. His expression changed. Damn, it really was money. Ni Yang hadn't lied to him. Is this money real or fake? Xiaozhou swallowed hard. Manufacturing and distributing fake currency is illegal. I'm a law-abiding good citizen. Ni Yang spoke lightly. Xiaozhou immediately envied Ni Yang officially. Damn, he was so good at making money. Even though his detective agency earned a decent amount each day, compared to the speed at which Ni Yang made money, it was merely a drizzle, hardly worth mentioning. Ni Yang looked unfazed, as if accustomed to big scenes. Xiaozhou then said, You, a lady, carrying so much money on the street is too unsafe. Let me take you to the bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Super Protective _6. Ni Yang turned his head to Xiaozhou. Are you sure you can beat me? Xiaozhou, that's a personal attack. Though I can't beat you, I can watch the money for you while you're fighting. Let's go. Ni Yang laughed. After the money is deposited, they'll treat you to a meal. Great. Xiaozhou followed up. But you really trust me to carry the money for you? Aren't you afraid it'll run off with it? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. We're all brothers. What's there to fear? The phrase, we're all brothers, inexplicably made Xiaozhou very happy. Being trusted by someone felt really good. Big Brother Yang, now that you've made so much money, remember to treat me to a big meal. I want to go to Gus Tianxiang to eat. With a casual wave of his hand, Ni Yang said generously, Sure, no problem. Do you have a membership card? Asked Xiaozhou. Yeah, Ni Yang nodded. I not only have a membership card, but I can also give you one. Really? Xiaozhou was so thrilled, he could almost fly. Big Brother Yang was true to his name. His connections were too wild. He could even get a membership card to Gus Tianxiang. The bank staff had already grown accustomed to the sight of Ni Yang using plastic bags to carry money. Thus, Whenever Shangwan Su arrived at the bank, the staff would immediately say, "President, your sister has deposited 2 plastic bags and a backpack full of money today." Shangwan Su also greatly admired En-Ai-Yang. She seemed like a fragile young girl incapable of harming a chicken, but her ability to make money was stronger than 10 strong men combined. En-Ai-Yang took Xiaozhou to Gus Tianxiang to eat. After eating and returning home, it was already afternoon. En-Ai-Yang asked about the result of En-Ai Kuihua's visit to the Wu family today. En-Ai Suihua said, "Your second younger sister still holds a grudge and isn't ready to forgive us, but I don't blame her. She's never had a sip of milk since she was a child. If it hadn't been for Sister Urju, she might be dead by now." Yang hugged En-Ai Suihua and comforted her. "Mom, don't be sad. I don't think Yin is the kind of person to stick to her guns. After she calms down in a couple of days, we'll try talking to her." After all, she was her sister born of the same mother. En-Ai-Yang still had a lot of faith in Wu Yinyan. And before, she and Wu Yinyan got along well. Suihua nodded. Shangwan Hui looked at En-Ai-Yang with hesitation in his expression. "Dad, do you have something to say to me?" "No," Shangwan Hui shook his head. "I'm just worried. What if Yin refuses to forgive us? Would your mother regret it for the rest of her life?" En-Ai-Yang furrowed her brow slightly. "If Yin really doesn't want to acknowledge us, then let it be. Rather than making a scene on both sides, it's better to part on good terms. All we need to do is fulfill our duties, leave the rest to fate, and avoid living with regrets." As for En-Ai Suihua, as long as she learned that her second daughter wasn't dead and was living well, that would be enough. No matter what, these mistakes weren't caused by her, and no amount of guilt could change that. Finishing, En-Ai-Yang continued, "But based on what I know about Yin, she doesn't seem to be the type to be unreasonable." En-Ai-Yang had known Wu Yinyan for almost half a year. In her understanding, Wu Yinyan had always been a kind, simple, and empathetic girl. As long as she was given time to process everything, En-Ai-Yang believed she would understand. Shangwan Hui nodded. Noticing that Shangwan Hui seemed a bit off, En-Ai-Yang said again, "Dad, are you hiding something from me?" She always felt there was something strange about Shangwan Hui that evening. "And it's not just a little bit," Shangwan Hui said with a smile. "Look at you, kid. What could I possibly hide from you? There's nothing to worry about. You're overthinking it." "Really?" En-Ai-Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Dad, we're all family. Don't hide anything from me if there's something going on." "Really, there's nothing," Shangwan Hui repeatedly denied. So En-Ai-Yang did not continue to question him and went back to her room to ask En-Ai Suihua, "Mom, is Dad hiding something from me?" "What thing?" En-Ai Suihua felt somewhat baffled. "You don't know?" En-Ai Suihua laughed. "I don't know." En-Ai-Yang then said, "Mom, you went to the Wu family today. Did something unpleasant happen?" "Not at all." En-Ai Suihua sighed. "If I had to say something, it's just that Yin refused to acknowledge us." En-Ai-Yang knew they were definitely hiding something from her. "Mom, if there's something going on, you have to tell me. We're a family, and if there's a problem, we should solve it together." En-Ai Suihua nodded. "Mom understands." If En-Ai Suihua wasn't talking, En-Ai-Yang could ask all she wanted, but it would be to no avail. Thus, En-Ai-Yang could only give up. During dinner, En-Ai-Yang noticed that Grandpa Zheng's forehead was actually swollen, so she asked, "Grandpa, what happened to your forehead?" Hearing this, En-Ai Kuihua's brow twitched. She looked at Grandpa Zheng somewhat nervously. Grandpa Zheng touched his forehead, smiling, and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was planting flowers this morning and accidentally got hit by a hoe. It will subside in a little bit." Getting injured by a hoe while working was quite normal, so En-Ai-Yang didn't think much of it. "Be more careful when you work, Grandpa. I'll get you some medicine later to help with the circulation and bruising." "No need. It's a small matter," Grandpa Zheng said, unconcerned. Because of Wu Yanyan's situation, Shangwan Su also came back tonight. He had even prepared a gift for his new sister, only to find she hadn't come back at all. The next morning, En-Ai-Yang went out for a run, and Shangwan, she went to work with her bag. Just as she arrived at the corner, waiting for the bus, a luxurious sedan pulled up in front of Shangwan Shi. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. "Hello, Shangwan Xiaoxi." Seeing who it was, Shangwan, she was amused. "Wu Qinjun, when did you get back?" The person was Wu Qinjun, who had grown up with Shangwan Shi since childhood. The last time, Grandma Zheng had even talked about matchmaking Shangwan Shi with Wu Qinjun. But Shangwan Shi and Wu Qinjun were far too familiar with each other. Having seen each other in split pants as kids, there was simply no spark, so Shangwan Shi refused. After graduating from high school, Wu Qinjun had spent a few years abroad, so he was dressed very fashionably and sometimes even burst out with a few sentences in English. "I came back a week ago. Shangwan Xiaoxi, you don't care about me at all. You didn't even know when I came back. As soon as I got back, my grandma told me that your whole family had moved to the middle of nowhere, and I couldn't believe it was true." Shangwan, she slapped Wu Qinjun on the back. "What do you mean by the middle of nowhere? Let me tell you, this place is great. The mountains are green, the water is clear, and the birds sing beautifully." Although she had only moved to Jinghua village a few months ago, Shangwan, she had completely fallen in love with the place. Wu Qinjun brushed off Shangwan Zai's hand. "Where are you heading? Let me give you a lift." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008. Eyesight as poor Shangwan, she pulled open the car door without any courtesy. "I have to go to work, just on Goldie Road." "Got it." Wu Qinjun sat up straight. "Fasten your seatbelt." Shangwan, she quickly buckled up. "Let's go." Wu Qinjun turned his head to look at Shangwan Shi. "I heard from my grandma that you got a boyfriend?" "Yes," Shangwan, she nodded. "And you're not getting any younger. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend?" Wu Qinjun laughed with self-admiration. "Someone as outstanding as me is simply too much for the average girl." Shangwan, she said speechlessly. "After all these years, your skin seems to have gotten thicker, comparable to the corner of a city wall." "I'm serious," Wu Qinjun added. "Shangwan Xiaoxi, I hear your family isn't too happy with your boyfriend?" "You know about that?" Shangwan, she was surprised. Wu Qinjun kept his hands on the steering wheel. "You underestimate me. Is there anything in Sijio City that I don't know?" Wu Qinjun was a smooth operator and had a way with his peers. All he had to do was lift a finger to find out what he wanted to know. Starting to boast again, Shangwan, she continued. "Actually, my boyfriend is really nice, but my family has some misunderstandings about him." Wu Qinjun kept his eyes straight ahead. "Sometimes you can't tell by appearances. Shangwan Xiaoxi, you've always been a little naive. Be careful not to be deceived by people with ulterior motives." Wu Qinjun knew Shangwan Shi all too well. She was beautiful, but unfortunately not quite emotionally savvy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed single for so many years. "That's not going to happen," Shangwan, she laughed. "Zuoling isn't that kind of person." "Zuoling," Wu Qinjun said. "That's your boyfriend's name?" "Yeah," Shangwan, she nodded. Wu Qinjun continued. "Elders have seen and experienced more than us. Their life experiences are more abundant. If your whole family says Zuoling isn't good enough, then he might really have a problem. Shangwan Xiaoxi, this is a serious matter. I hope you'll take it seriously. It's about being responsible to yourself and your family as well." Shangwan, she was not only lacking in emotional intelligence, but also very naive, easy to be deceived by men. Shangwan, she teased. "Tis TSK, such grand principles. Wu Lao-san, spending time abroad has changed you. It seems it's a great opportunity to develop oneself." The old Wu Qinjun used to be irresponsible, never this serious. "Call me third brother. Show some respect." Wu Qinjun tapped Shangwan Zai's head and said with seriousness, "Shangwan Xiaoxi, if Zuoling ever dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll beat him up for you." Shangwan, she looked down, fiddling with the zipper of her down jacket. "Don't worry, that day will never come. Zuoling was a gentleman. He would never do something like mistreating a woman." It seemed that Shangwan, she was truly in love with that Zuoling. Wu Qinjun sighed softly, changing the subject. "How is your stepmother treating you?" "What stepmother? That sounds so harsh. My mom treats me better than her own daughter." Shangwan, she said. "Really? Wu Qinjun expressed skepticism. Shangguan Shi nodded. Really, my mom is really good to me. Otherwise, do you think I would have come here with my dad? I'm not a 3-year-old girl. That's good to hear. Wu Chunjun breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the car arrived at Goldie Road. Wu Chunjun, with gentlemanly grace, went around to the passenger side to open the door for Shangguan Shi. Thanks, Wu Lao-san. Yo, Shangguan Xiaoxi, when did you become so polite? Wu Qinjun habitually fastened her scarf. Wu Lao-san, haven't you heard of not getting too close to the opposite gender? Shangguan Shi took a step back. Wu Qinjun's expression stiffened for a few seconds, then returned to normal, smiling. Shangguan Xiaoxi, look at yourself. Where do you even look like a woman? Still talking about not getting close to the opposite gender. After he finished speaking, he stepped over, hooked his arm around Shangguan Zai's neck, and patted her head, talking about not getting close to the opposite gender. We knew each other back when we were still wearing split pants. Don't give me that nonsense. Shangguan Shi, being a girl, didn't have the strength to match Wu Chunjun. Wrapped tightly in his hold, she couldn't move an inch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009. Poor eyesight _2. Wu Qinjun, let go of me. You're practically choking me to death. Wu Chunjun held tightly onto her neck, a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. If he paid attention, he'd notice it was the scent of roses. Will you stop saying men and women shouldn't get too close now? I won't say it anymore. I promise I'll never say it again. Swear it. Wu Qinjun persisted. All right, I swear. Shangguan Shi held up 3 fingers. Only then did Wu Qinjun let her go. Fine, young master will forgive you this once. You're so annoying. Shangguan Shi rolled her eyes at Wu Qinjun. You've messed up my hair. Wu Qinjun walked up to Shangguan Shi and stopped, leaning in to straighten her hair. If it's messed up, just fix it, right? Shangguan Zai's eyes darted around, and seizing the opportunity, she stamped hard on Wu Qinjun's foot and then swiftly ran towards the workplace. Wu Qinjun watched her retreating back, whistling with a somewhat spoilt young master's air. Just then, Zhuoling ran over from the other side, and, seeing Shangguan Zai's back, called out with a laugh, Xiaoxi, wait for me. Hearing Zhuoling's voice, Shangguan Shi waved with a smile. Zhuoling, this way. Zhuoling, is this Shangguan Zai's boyfriend? Wu Chunjun narrowed his eyes, his left hand to his pocket, somewhat baffled why Shangguan Shi had taken a liking to such a guy. Poor eyesight. It seemed Shangguan Shi might need a pair of glasses. Wu Chunjun, slightly irritated, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. At that moment, Zhuoling glanced back at Wu Qinjun. Xiaoxi, you know that comrade? Shangguan Shi looked back at Wu Qinjun and nodded. He's a friend who grew up with me. Zhuoling expressed his surprise. I saw him driving a car. If Shangguan Zai's friend was this wealthy, did it mean Shangguan Zai's family was also wealthy? Was everything he had seen at Shangguan Zai's house last time real? Shangguan Shi smiled and said, he won the jackpot in the lottery before, and now he's already living in a villa. Really? Can you actually win the lottery? In the 80s, lotteries had just started, and most people didn't believe you could actually win. It's true. Shangguan, she nodded her head. Besides winning the lottery, she had no better reason. How much did he win? Zhuoling continued to ask. It must be quite a lot, Shangguan Shi said. He's living in a villa. At any rate, he's certainly richer than us. Making money from buying lottery tickets, his luck is too good. Zhuoling looked enviously at Wu Qinjun as he drove away. When could he also live in a villa and drive a car? Based on his current salary, that seemed a bit difficult. Life is so unfair. Some people work hard and still have no car or villa, while others do nothing and drive off in cars, maybe after work. He should also buy a lottery ticket? Let's not talk about this, we should hurry inside. Oh, did you have breakfast? Zhuoling, his mind on a lottery, didn't even hear Shangguan Zai's words and responded absently. Got it. What do you mean, got it? Shangguan, she said exasperatedly. I'm asking if you had breakfast? If not, shall I accompany you to the canteen? Oh, Zhuoling finally caught on. I've eaten. am heading back to the office. In fact, Zhuoling hadn't had breakfast at all. Now with thoughts of buying a lottery ticket, how could he even think of eating? Shangwan, she also headed in the direction of the workshop. School had a test today, so Yang took a trip there and incidentally brought Bing Jiu Fu for Zhang Qiuing. Thank you so much, Yang. Zhang Qiuing took out some money and handed it to Yang. Yang smiled as she handed the 10 yuan back to Zhang Qiuing. We're all classmates. Let's just call it an even number. One set of Bing Jiu Fu cost 210 yuan, but Yang only charged 200 yuan. Zhang Qiuing refused. Oh, no need. You bought this with money. You can't be at a loss. It's okay. I'm very familiar with the owner of Bing Jiu Fu. What's 10 yuan less? Then he'll not stand on ceremony. Seeing that Yang wasn't just being polite, Zhang Qiuing accepted the 10 yuan. Presently, Li Huilan excitedly ran in from outside. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. Really? Yang looked back in surprise. Really? Li Huilan said. I just came back from outside. It's snowing heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010 Poor Vision _3 I'm going to check out the corridor outside, Yang said as she arrived at the hallway. And outside, it really was snowing. The big, flaky snow and willow catkin-like snowflakes were floating down from midair, piling a thin white layer on the ground. The snowy weather always seemed to put everyone in a wonderful mood. Yang turned to look back at the dormitory. Huilan, Qiuing, let's go out for hot pot tonight? Ill treat. Sure. Zhang Qiuing raised both hands in agreement. Li Huilan also expressed her approval. After the evening test, Yang took her 2 roommates out for hot pot. As the 3 of them stepped out of the school gate, they saw a black sedan parked outside. In those times, when sedans were not as common as in the future, they stood out significantly. Just then, the car door opened, and a tall man emerged, unfolding an umbrella as he stepped out. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other in his pocket, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his chiseled face bore no particular expression. He seemed to embody the snow and wind, and the aura of aloofness and prestige emanated from his every move. Against his backdrop, the snowy scenery and people behind him became lifeless props. Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuing were both stunned. He was incredibly handsome. Brother Imo. Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer. Yang. Imo Qishan strode toward her. Seeing this, Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuing exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Aren't you cold? Imo Qishan casually pulled Yang's hand into the pocket of his trench coat. Not cold. Yang shook her head. Oh, let me introduce you, Brother Imo. These are my roommates, Zhang Qiuing and Li Huilan. With that said, Yang continued, Huilan Qiuing, this is my boyfriend, Imo Qishan. So he's her boyfriend. No wonder he's so handsome, and they're such a perfect match. Hello, I'm Zhang Qiuing. I am Li Huilan. Imo Qishan nodded slightly. Hello, I appreciate how you've taken care of Yang these past days. At this, Zhang Qiuing and Li Huilan felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that they took care of Yang, but rather she took care of them. Yang's boyfriend sure knew how to speak well. After a moment, Imo Qishan looked at Yang. Where are you all heading? Let me give you a lift. We were thinking of going out for hot pot. Yang nodded. Get in the car then. Imo Qishan turned and opened the door. Yang sat in the passenger seat, while Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuing took the rear. What do you think about Yang's boyfriend? Zhang Qiuing nudged Li Huilan's arm and asked in a low voice. I think he's really good, Li Huilan replied. Zhang Qiuing nodded. I think he's really good too. I didn't expect Yang to have a boyfriend. It makes me want to start dating too. But the boys in our school, not one catches my eye. Zhang Qiuing preferred someone more mature, handsome, and charming. Li Huilan continued. Yang's boyfriend must be rich, right? Their family couldn't even afford a bicycle. And here Imo Qishan had a car. It was incomparable. Do you know how much this car costs? Zhang Qiuing asked. Li Huilan thought for a moment. Maybe 10 or 20,000 yuan? Zhang Qiuying laughed. 10 or 20,000 yuan? That would only get you a wheel. My dad also wanted to buy this car, but it was too expensive, so he gave up and bought a car for 30,000 yuan instead. So how much does this car cost? 80 or 90,000 yuan. What kind of amount was 80 or 90,000 yuan? Based on current wages, you couldn't save that amount even if you didn't spend a cent for 70 or 80 years. 80 or 90,000 yuan would get you 4 wheels, said Zhang Qiuying. What? Li Huilan's mouth fell open, clearly hampered by her poverty. Zhang Qiuying went on. This car is imported from Y country, and it costs 270,000 yuan after taxes. 270,000 yuan. Li Huilan's face was full of shock, and her look towards Ni Yang and Mo Qishan changed completely. Zhang Qiuying thought her family was well off. After all, they owned a sedan. But in front of Mo Qishan, their wealth was insignificant, not even worth mentioning compared to his. Beijing truly was Beijing City, rightly the imperial city of old. So what do you think he does? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying replied. Judging by his accent, he must be a local from Beijing. As for what he does, I'm not sure, but one thing is clear. What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011. Poor Vision _4. Definitely an office worker. You can tell by the way he dresses. Li Huilan nodded. I think you're absolutely right. Qiuying continued. When I first came to Beijing for school, my mom told me it's best to find a boyfriend from Beijing because they are well off. Huilan, if you're looking for a boyfriend, you definitely have to find someone from Beijing. Upon hearing this, Li Huilan bashfully lowered her head. I already have someone I like. Who? Qiuying curiously asked. Someone from our school? Li Huilan shook her head. No, he's from the university next door in Beijing. Oh. Qiuying nodded. Have you confessed your feelings to him yet? Li Huilan blushed. Oh my, let's not talk about that. The car was fast, and they soon arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant. The Hot Pot restaurant was located in the bustling city center, and as it happened to be a snowy day, the place was very lively. The shopkeeper knew Mo Qishan and greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Mo, you're here. Please come this way. The shopkeeper led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was elegantly decorated. After they were seated, Ni Yin handed the menu to Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying. Huilan, Qiuying, my boyfriend is treating today, so don't be polite with him. Qiuying smiled. Since it's my brother-in-law treating, we won't hold back then. Qiuying, a year older than Ni Yin and Li Huilan, also older due to starting school late. Don't be polite with him, Ni Yin joked. Try to eat him out of bankruptcy. Though they were told not to be polite, Qiuying and Li Huilan still ordered conservatively, mainly avoiding the expensive items. They were not the type to lack manners. After they ordered, Ni Yin took the menu and added several meat dishes and also ordered drinks. Initially, because Mo Qishan was there, Qiuying and Li Huilan were somewhat reserved. But as they ate, they loosened up. On a cold day, having a bite of hot and oily spicy beef that make your nose sweat, followed by a sip of pear soda, the feeling was incredibly refreshing. After finishing the hot pot, Mo Qishan escorted them back to their dormitory. Qiuying let out a hearty burp without worrying about her image. Thank you so much for the generous treat, brother-in-law. You're welcome. In front of others, Mo Qishan always spoke sparingly. Yang, we'll head back first then, Qiuying said as she pulled Li Huilan towards the dormitory. Ni Yin was not staying in the dormitory that night, so she got into the car with Mo Qishan. Yang, do you have an exam tomorrow? Yeah. Ni Yin nodded as she fastened her seatbelt. Then I will pick you up tomorrow morning, Mo Qishan said. Tomorrow? Ni Yang asked in surprise. Aren't you supposed to go to Sea City tomorrow? I will drop you off at school before I go. All right then. Thanks for the trouble, Mr. Mo. I'm going to all this trouble. Shouldn't you reward me, wife? Mo Qishan turned and looked at Ni Yang. He had been restraining himself because Qiuying and Li Huilan were there. A man's small requests sometimes need to be satisfied. And Yang leaned over and kissed Chishin on the cheek. His cheek was as cold as the falling snow outside, cold as ice. Just then, Chishin suddenly turned around. Their lips met, and a wrist with a watch firmly held the back of her head. Look at the road. The sound of the brakes echoed, and the black car stopped at the side of the road. Fortunately, it kept snowing, and the road wasn't icy. Otherwise, would have definitely turned the car over. After a while, the car started up again, and Yin straightened her messy hair and looked back at Chishin. You are not allowed to do that again. Do you know how dangerous that was? What am I not allowed to do? Chishin raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? Playing dumb. Chishin said, How would I know, wife? Why don't you demonstrate it again to help jog my memory? And Yang stretched out a hand and firmly twisted Chishin's ear. She did not hold back at all, causing Chishin's ear to turn red instantly. Ancestor, I was wrong. Are you going to be cheeky again? And Yin raised an eyebrow. No more. Really, more real than real gold. Then he'll let it slide this time. And Yin withdrew her hand, satisfied. On the way back, the car was driven slowly. What was normally a 30-minute drive to Jinghua village took Chishin an entire hour, and they still hadn't arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1012, Poor Vision _5. But Yang wasn't in a hurry. There were no electronic devices to pass the time in this era, and going back too early wouldn't matter anyway. Plus, sitting in the car and looking at the snow outside felt particularly romantic. By the way, Yang, have we recognized our second sister? Chishin asked. Not yet. And Yang shook her head and continued. The day before yesterday, my parents and both grandparents went to the Wu family's place, but Yin is very resistant to this matter. She's unwilling to acknowledge us. I plan to find time to talk with her. Chishin kept his gaze fixed ahead, as if the result didn't surprise him. If we really can't recognize her, then let's not. Chishin went on. Some people just like to exaggerate everything. They never understand what contentment means. And Yang, as the elder sister, had already done enough. She didn't owe Wu Yin anything. More importantly, Chishin didn't have a very high opinion of Wu Yin. Although she and Yang were sisters, there was no comparability between them. And Yang said, Yin just can't accept the reality for the time being. She probably won't blow things out of proportion. Chishin turned his eyes to Yang. As an abandoned infant, it's natural for Wu Yin to harbor hatred. After all, she was the one who got thrown away. We don't know what she's been through over the years. But she shouldn't be unreasonable and cling to the issue after understanding the whole story. After all, in this matter, Tsuehua was also a victim. In that environment, Tsuehua had no way to resist. Moreover, throughout this period, Yang had been very good to the Wu family. She rented out her own house for the Wu family to live in, lent money to Wu family's parents to start business. Without Yang, would the Wu family have their current situation? Would Wu Yin? Wu Yin was completely brainless. Yang sighed. Chishin continued. Did she show a bad attitude to your grandparents the day before yesterday? I'm not very clear about that. Yang followed up, but I don't think so. After all, the grandparents have nothing to do with this matter. Their willingness to visit shows that they care about her. Yin isn't the type to act thoughtlessly. It was understandable for Wu Yin to hate Tsuehua. After all, Tsuehua was her birth mother. However, if she also hated grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng, she would be completely unjustified. After all, grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng had only just found their birth daughter, and the hurt they suffered was no less than that of Wu Yin. Wu Yin was aware of that part of the past, so Yang believed that Yin wouldn't vent her anger on the elderly couple. Chishin went on. I think the possibility is very high. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Chishin spoke softly with his thin lips. Maybe it's a case of as the heart is, so is the countenance. Actually, I find Wu Yinyun a bit disagreeable. Wu Yinyun had a toughness about her that an Yang lacked. Hey, an Yang patted Imo Kishin's shoulder. That's my second sister you're talking about. Imo Kishin touched his chin. Yang, I think you should prepare yourself mentally in advance. This second sister may let you down. What nonsense! An Yang twisted Imo Kishin's ear. Yinyun isn't like that at all. Imo Kishin immediately begged for mercy. All right. I won't say it. We'll just stop. Before long, the car stopped at the entrance of the Ni family's courtyard. Imo Kishin opened the car door, holding up an umbrella. Yang, we have arrived. An Yang leaned out to get off the car. Imo Kishin handed the umbrella to An Yang. You should go inside quickly. It's late, I won't come in. An Yang nodded. Imo go. Then you be careful driving back. I know, it's really cold outside. You should go inside quickly. Imo Kishin waved his hand. An Yang stood there without moving. They'll watch you drive off before I go in. In the past, it was always Imo Kishin watching her. Now, it was her turn to watch him. Imo Kishin rubbed An Yang's head helplessly. I'm leaving now. Get to bed early tonight. An Yang nodded. It was only after watching the car disappear into the snowy night that An Yang turned and walked towards the house. Perhaps because of what Imo Kishin had said. After taking a bath, An Yang carried 2 cups of milk to Grandmother Zheng's room. Grandpa and Grandma, you haven't slept yet? Grandmother Zheng pointed at the television. This TV show is really interesting. We're going to sleep after this episode ends. The television was broadcasting Yang Jiajiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Poor Eyesight _6. An Yang handed milk to both Elder Zheng and Elder Mrs. Zheng. Drinking a glass of milk before bed helps with sleep. As she finished, An Yang added, By the way, Grandpa and Grandma, how was Yanyin's attitude when you visited her the day before yesterday? Was she angry with you too? Elder Mrs. Zheng evaded the serious issue and lightly responded. She was abandoned at birth, so it's normal for her to be angry. An Yang raised her brows slightly. Did she really give you a cold look? No. Elder Mrs. Zheng shook her head in denial. Your godmother was very warm to us. Yanyin didn't give us a cold look. It's just that her attitude towards your mom wasn't very good. Oh, is that so? An Yang sighed in relief. It seemed the situation wasn't as complicated as Imo Kishin had described. She knew that Wu Yinyun was not the kind of person to be unreasonable. Yang, when are you planning to have a chat with Yinyun? Elder Mrs. Zheng continued to ask. An Yang had always had a good relationship with Wu Yinyun, and since An Yang had helped her before, Elder Mrs. Zheng thought that once Wu Yinyun had calmed down, she would probably be somewhat receptive to what An Yang had to say, right? An Yang said, They'll go over when the winter break starts. Yinyun is just in her senior year this year, which is a critical time, and going now might distract her. By then, Yinyun would probably have calmed down a lot. And it was only a few days until the winter break started. Elder Mrs. Zheng nodded her head. On the other side, in the Yihua University dormitory, Li Muzi saw Zhang Qiuying had switched skincare products and curiously asked, Zhang Qiuying, is this the ice skin jade face that An Yang brought you? Yes, Zhang Qiuying nodded. Li Muzi continued. How much is this? It's domestically produced, and it doesn't look that great. 210 yuan, Zhang Qiuying answered. 210. That's so expensive. A sharp scream suddenly rang out from beside them. Zhang Qiuying, you've been tricked by An Yang. How can the skincare be worth 200 yuan? The skincare my mom buys in M country isn't even that expensive. 210 yuan. It was absolutely shocking. The person who spoke was Zhou Ling, Li Muzi, and Wang Lisha were usually in sync, either sarcastic in their speech or acting high and mighty, socializing based on wealth, which was why Zhang Qiuying was indifferent towards them. Only someone who hasn't seen the world would make such a fuss. Although their family didn't have a lot of money, they wouldn't bat an eye at a skincare product worth 200 yuan. Wang Lisha appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Ling and Muzi aren't lying. I've already asked someone to inquire back home, and everyone says they've never heard of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. Zhang Qiuying, I'm giving you friendly advice here. Better not use these dubious products. Beware of ruining your face. Wang Lisha came from a prosperous city, and her family had a certain influence there. She had already called home to ask, and no one knew of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. You're the one who's going to ruin your face. Zhang Qiuying continued applying the product on her face. Zhang Qiuying trusted Ai Yang deeply. She knew Ai Yang would not deceive her. Holding her arms, Wang Lisha said, I'm just giving you friendly advice. After all, we share a dorm room. Since you won't listen, then you can't blame me. Keep your false concern to yourself. I don't need it. Seeing how Zhang Qiuying was unappreciative, Wang Lisha snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Muzi hurriedly followed her. Lisha, don't stoop to her level. She'll be the one regretting it later. Exactly. She's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful. Zhou Ling chimed in with agreement. Wang Lisha's words didn't affect Zhang Qiuying at all. She earnestly applied the product on her face before climbing into bed to sleep. The next day, as soon as Ai Yang came downstairs, she saw Mo Qishan sitting in the living room having breakfast, looking as calm and composed as if the Ai family's home was his own. Brother Mo, why are you so early? Lowering his voice, Mo Qishan said, the earlier I come, the more I get to see you. His voice was naturally deep, and when lowered, it carried an indescribable magnetism, especially pleasing to the ear. This man was simply too good at flirting. And Ai Yang pinched his face and said, have you no shame? Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from upstairs. And Ai Yang, without a blush or a skipped beat, let go and walked to the kitchen to serve the rice. Sixth brother has arrived. The newcomer was elder Lady Shangwan. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning. After breakfast, Mo Qishan drove Ai Yang to school. Snow had fallen all night, and the outside world looked stunningly beautiful, as if cloaked in silver. When getting out of the car, Mo Qishan took off his scarf and carefully tied it around Ai Yang's neck. Wife, wait for me to come back. The soft scarf carried a faint scent of tobacco, and Ai Yang nodded. Okay, Brother Mo, I wish you all the best. Wu Yinyan stayed home board for a day and went to school the next day. After 2 days of snow, the roadside was piled with a layer of snow. It was then that she saw a familiar figure. Amid the icy snowscape, he walked forward in a thin robe, holding Buddha beads in his hand, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. This man was none other than Grandpa. Seeing Grandpa do, Wu Yinyun felt the accumulation of melancholy in her heart sweep away. Just as she was about to go over and greet him, she suddenly saw a middle-aged man in tattered clothes kneeling by the roadside begging. It was so bitterly cold, and he looked so pitiful that Wu Yinyun took 50 cents out of her pocket and gave it to him. Uncle, go buy a bowl of noodles. The middle-aged man gratefully said, Thank you. Thank you, young comrade. You're such a good person. Wu Yinyun smiled, then turned her head to look in Grandpa Dust's direction, the smile freezing on her lips. Who was that standing beside Grandpa Do? Ai Yang? What was she doing here? 3 or 4 days had passed, and Ai Yang had neither shown up nor contacted her. She thought Ai Yang must have been really busy, but it turned out Ai Yang was just busy chatting with someone else. Ai Yang had already known they were sisters, but she kept it a secret. After the truth came out, Ai Yang even suggested becoming sworn kin. So this was her dear sister. Ai Yang was probably worried that she'd fight over the family fortune. But was she that kind of person? Even if the Ai family's wealth were put before her, she wouldn't glance at it twice. Wu Yinyun clenched her fist tight and walked away in the opposite direction. Ai Yang glanced that way. Frowning slightly, she called out, Yinyun. Hearing Ai Yang's voice, Wu Yinyun ran faster. There was an alley nearby, and she quickly turned into it, her voice disappearing down the alley. Did I mistake her for someone else? Ai Yang scratched her head. Grandpa Du also glanced in that direction. Who did you see? Ai Yang explained, My sister, Wu Yinyun. Did you just see her? Grandpa Du couldn't even remember what Wu Yinyun looked like. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't recognize her. twirling his Buddha beads. He said, "You probably got it wrong. If it really was her, she wouldn't have had no reaction to your call." "That's true." And Yang retracted her gaze and continued, "It's so cold. Aren't you freezing with so little on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1014. Tit for tat in the winter cold. And Yang, even clad in a thick down jacket, felt cold. However, Grandfather Du still wore that same old-fashioned long robe, stepping around in a pair of cloth shoes. "I was born with a cold constitution. I fear neither cold nor heat," Grandfather Du stated indifferently. And Yang nodded, as if she had just remembered something. "Oh, right, I think I've heard you say that before." Back in summer at the airport, when they were seeing Imo Chishan off, and Yang had even joked that Grandfather Du's physique was ideal for medical experiments. "Why are you alone? Where's Peiji?" Grandfather Du twisted his Buddha beads, continuing to inquire. "He's gone to see City," and Yang replied. Grandfather Du nodded slightly. As he passed the middle-aged man begging for alms, he instinctively reached for a banknote from his person to throw into the bowl. But just as he was about to toss it, a pale hand blocked his, "Don't give it to him." The middle-aged beggar was stunned, having thought he was about to score a small fortune today, only to have someone block his money-making path. This young girl was just too cruel. Not giving money was one thing, but to prevent others from giving. Couldn't she see how pitiful he was? Compared to the comrade who had just readily parted with 50 cents, she was far worse. The middle-aged man's face looked unpleasant. Grandfather Du looked up. The owner of the hand was Yang, his face showing bewilderment, as he knew that Yang was not someone without compassion. "He's a professional beggar," Yang explained. "A professional beggar?" Grandfather Du was somewhat puzzled. Yang continued, "Simply put, someone who lives off begging. Don't think he looks pitiable now. When it comes time to clock out, his food and drink, his clothes and housing are all better than anyone else's." Though poor, he held firm to his pride. True paupers would not beg. It was the 80s. China's economy was thriving. As long as one had strength and wasn't disabled, basically no one would starve to death. In the future, professional beggars could be seen almost everywhere. In subways, in malls, some professional beggars were worth millions, owning dozens of apartments in the city. This middle-aged man could be considered a pioneer among professional beggars. "How can you tell that he is a professional beggar?" Grandfather Du asked. And Yang's tone was indifferent, not afraid of being overheard by the kneeling professional beggar. "Look at how physically strong he is. He doesn't seem disabled at all. Since he's not disabled and in the prime of life, why can't he earn money with his own labor? The rice shop ahead offers 3 cents for carrying a sack of rice, and they hire year-round. Moreover, I've observed that regardless of wind or rain, he never misses a day. Such people exploit the sympathy of others for personal gain and satisfaction, and they truly don't deserve compassion. That's enough to conclude he's a professional beggar." Grandfather Du asked, still twisting his Buddha beads. "Of course there's more." And Yang's eyes were clear and voice was soft. "Even though he seems thin, his features are bright and animated. True beggars, due to constant inadequate nutrition, should appear thin and pale. Does he look like someone who can't get enough to eat to you?" On hearing this, the middle-aged man on the ground broke into a cold sweat. He had been begging here for so long, and it was the first time someone had exposed him. And the person was a young girl, barely 18 or 19 years old. The feeling was indeed, it seemed he needed to find a new spot. The middle-aged man glanced up at Yang, then got up and ran away in an embarrassing manner. Watching the middle-aged man's retreating figure, a smile appeared on Yang's face, her dimples showing lightly. "See," he fled in panic. Smiles are contagious. A slight curve also appeared on Grandfather Du's lips, like a flower blooming in the icy snow, ushering in a rebirth of all things. Wu Yingyun had not gone far. Instead, she hid behind an alley and watched. Because she was too far away, she couldn't clearly hear what they were saying, but she saw Yang stopping Grandfather Du from giving money very clearly. What was Yang doing? Was it intentional? Had she actually seen her already? Just because she had given the beggar 50 cents, should Ni Yang prevent Grandfather Du from giving money? It was one thing not to give money, but she actually drove away the poor beggar. Why did she do that? That was just too much. Wu Yinyan bit her lip tightly, staring angrily at the back of Ni Yang. It's already noon, have you eaten? Ni Yang pulled out a wristwatch from her pocket, looked at the time, and asked Grandfather Du if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:15 Tit for Tat _2. No. Grandpa Du shook his head. With the idea of caring for the elderly who live alone in mind, and recalling Mo Kishin's advice, and I Yang continued. Then let's go have dinner together. I haven't eaten either. Okay. Grandpa Du originally thought I Yang would take him somewhere fancy, but instead, she took him to an unknown food street. In the cold weather, the food street was bustling with people and the scents of various foods mingled together. It was quite fragrant, but for someone like Grandpa Du, who was accustomed to high-end hotels, it was somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because such roadside stalls couldn't possibly be very clean. Grandpa Du glanced at Ni Yang and saw no sign of disgust in her eyes. This person really isn't picky. In fact, Ni Yang wasn't particular about food at all. She could be seen in high-end Western restaurants elegantly eating steak or sitting at a roadside stall, eating spicy hot soup without any care for her image. As long as it tastes good, what's the fuss about? If you're always worried about this and that in life, what's the fun in that? Sit down. Ni Yang led Grandpa Du to a wonton stall and sat down. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of this stall. It's actually quite tasty. Technology is advancing, and the times are progressing. In the past, wontons were only available in Guangguan, but now, as more people start businesses, Beijing's delicacies have also increased. Grandpa Du leaned forward and sat opposite Ni Yang, placing the Buddha beads on the table and taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the bowls and chopsticks. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. This person is quite particular. Eating at a roadside stall and still worrying about hygiene? Boss, give me a bowl of chicken soup wontons. As she spoke, Ni Yang looked at Grandpa Du. What would you like? They have rice noodle rolls here as well. The same as you. Grandpa Du glanced down. Okay. Ni Yang nodded and told the shopkeeper, then we'll have 2 portions of chicken soup wontons and also 1 spicy duck head and 1 gizzard, that's all. All right, just a moment. Soon, the wontons and braised duck head were served. Ni Yang grabbed a duck head immediately. I'm starting, don't be shy. First, she took a bite of the spicy duck head, letting the spicy and fresh taste fill her mouth, then followed it with a sip of delicious chicken soup. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Ni Yang's satisfied expression, Grandpa Du also picked up a duck head and took a bite. Although the taste wasn't as exquisite as that of the fancy places, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Try the gizzard too, it's also pretty good. Ni Yang finished a duck head and shifted her attention to the gizzards. They gradually felt warm while eating. Ni Yang took off her scarf and looked at Grandpa Du, whose forehead had no trace of sweat, envying his physique. After finishing their meal and leaving the food street, Ni Yang said, how was it? The taste of the roadside stall isn't bad, right? Much better than I imagined. Grandpa Du fiddled with his Buddha beads. Is this your first time eating at a roadside stall? Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Grandpa Du gave a slight nod. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Then you really are out of touch. Out of touch? Is that used to describe men? Grandpa Du smiled. You have a way with compliments. As they walked and talked, just then, a little boy holding a snowball ran towards them, laughing as he tried to dodge an attack from a playmate. Kids really don't watch where they're going. And just as he was about to run into Ni Yang, before Grandpa Du could react, Ni Yang quickly steadied the little boy. Slow down. Be careful. The little boy looked up. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. His face instantly blushed. Thank you, sister. And then he ran off quickly. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, Ni Yang smiled and said, kids are great, carefree. Grandpa Du nodded slightly, then asked, if you had the chance, would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? My childhood wasn't carefree, and Ai Yang smiled with a twinkle in her eye. A poor family's child has to mature early. She had to help with chores at the age of 5 or 6, and if she didn't do them well, she'd get beaten. There was no such thing as a carefree childhood. What about you? Would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? And Ai Yang asked in return. Grandpa Dust's lips curled slightly, his eyes looking distant. I probably wouldn't either. Some people's growth is full of hardships. Having grown up through so much, who would want to relive that pain all over again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1016, Tit for Tat _3. If time could flow backward, he wanted to return to 3 years ago, to meet some people a bit earlier, and some events. But in this world, where is there talk of time reverting? Thinking of this, the smirk at the corner of Master Dust's mouth gradually turned into derision. Because Ai Yang had other matters to attend to, she said goodbye to Master Du at the crossroads. Not long after Ai Yang left, a little black bird flew over and landed on Master Dust's shoulder. You little rascal, how did you get here? Master Du extended his index finger and tapped the little bird's head. I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm starving. Duo snuggled against Master Dust's chin, seeking favor. Master Du pulled out a silk pouch from his waist. Upon seeing the pouch, the entire bird perked up. Master Du took out some bird feed from the pouch to feed Duo. You only think of me when you're hungry. A greedy bird. Does your owner mistreat you? Seeing Duo eating without looking up, Master Du chuckled. And Ai Yang put on a mask, dressed in disguise, and went to luxurious skincare to observe the employee's service attitude. Though luxurious skincare is now quite popular in Beijing and the effects are excellent, the service attitude must not be neglected. After all, in the future, many luxury brand clerks would get a bad reputation for their arrogance. Customers aren't coming to spend money to get mistreated, after all. Possibly because there was a commission involved, and Ai Yang visited 4 stores, and the service attitude in each was particularly good. They would actively explain the membership system to customers and promote skincare products suitable for the consumer skin type. Of course, training played a part in all this. Before each employee started, an Ai Yang would arrange for a foreign instructor to provide training. The first point in the employee handbook was to avoid being snobbish. Do not look down on any customer. Even if a customer enters the store wearing patched clothes, they must be greeted with a smile. And Ai Yang was very satisfied with everything she saw and planned to give him a raise next month. Just then, a young woman came running toward the store in a hurry. She was so rushed that she didn't see the glass door in front of her. With a thud, she crashed directly into the glass door. Are you okay? And Ai Yang quickly helped her up. The young woman seemed to be in her early 20s, sporting the latest popular permed hair and wearing bright red lipstick, with her brows shaped like willow leaves and her eyes, like crescent moons, exceptionally spirited. However, she was dressed in a light blue work uniform, apparently having just gotten off work before rushing here. And Ai Yang suddenly remembered that today was the day Luxurious Skincare was selling a limited edition set. But by now, the limited edition product was already sold out. I'm fine. Thank you, comrade. I gotta run. I have things to do. The young woman stood up and ran into the Luxurious Skincare store. After the young woman entered the store, and Ai Yang took off her mask, straightened her clothes, and followed inside. As expected, the young woman was there to buy Luxurious Skincare's limited edition gift box. Upon hearing from the employee that it had sold out, she said with surprise, "How could you have sold out so early? I've just gotten off work and haven't even changed my clothes." Luxurious Skincare would be sold in 2-time slots at the beginning and end of each month. One at 9 in the morning and the other at 3:30 in the afternoon. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Sold out already? The employee smiled and said, some customers who didn't get it in the morning lined up early to buy it together in the afternoon. The gift boxes were already sold out by 4 o'clock. Is that so? If I knew this, I would have taken a day off today. The young woman looked disappointed. The employee continued, although we don't have the limited edition set anymore, We do have non-limited editions available. Would you like me to recommend something? The young woman waved her hand. I can buy the non-limited edition anytime. I'm buying the limited edition as a gift. Can't you make an exception for me? She really needed a box of luxurious skincare. The store manager spotted Anai Yang approaching and immediately greeted her. Miss Anai, welcome. Anai Yang nodded her head. Bring me a set of that limited edition. Although the sets were officially sold out, the store still kept a spare in reserve, just in case. Of course, one moment, please. The store manager took out a box of the luxurious skincare set and handed it to Anai Yang. Thank you. Anai Yang took the gift box and walked out at a leisurely pace. Just as Anai Yang stepped out of the store, the young woman who had just approached ran after her. Comrade, wait up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1017, Tit for Tat _4. Is there something you need? Anai Yang glanced back slightly. The young woman was taken aback, apparently not expecting Anai Yang to be so attractive. Comrade, may I ask how you managed to buy this limited edition of Ice Skin Jade Skin? Well, I want to buy it just now. They said it was already sold out. Anai Yang smiled slightly. I know the store manager at their place a bit, and this was specially reserved for me. The young woman nodded and then said, Comrade, wait a moment. Can we discuss something? What is it? Asked Anai Yang. The young woman continued, Comrade, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Tong, and I work at Morning Light Group at number 85 Goldie Road. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Anai Yang replied with a smile. I know you're not a bad person. Li Tong said, Here's the thing, comrade. I urgently need a set of the limited edition Ice Skin Jade Skin gift box for a gift. Would you be willing to sell me the one you have? I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Is that okay? Li Tong was very sincere. Anai Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, I can't. Why not? Each box of Ice Skin Jade Skin costs 210 yuan, and 3 times that is 630 yuan. That would be quite a profit. Li Tong became anxious. Comrade, do you think the money is too little? If 3 times isn't enough, I could do 5 times. We can negotiate the price. Since you know the store manager, you could just ask him to reserve another box for you later. That way, you can make a nice little profit. Anai Yang said with a laugh, It's not about the money. I also need it for a gift. How about you leave your contact info, and he'll sell you a box tomorrow. What a coincidence. Although a bit disappointed, Li Tong was still not ready to give up. Comrade, please sell it to me. The person I want to give it to has their birthday today, and it won't mean as much after today. Li Tong was really in a hurry. Li Tong had a relative who was difficult to talk to, but very wealthy, and this relative was in their 50s, without children or a spouse. Whoever could win her favor wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. For a woman in her 50s, wrinkles are the enemy, and this relative also cared immensely about her appearance. The Ice Skin Jade Skin set included an anti-wrinkle cream. If Li Tong could give this as a gift today, she would surely win her relative's favor, which is why she was so anxious. Seeing Anai Yang still hesitant, Li Tong bit her lip and continued, Comrade, they'll pay 10 times the price. 10 times. 210 yuan becoming 2,100 yuan. Li Tong's heart was bleeding. All right then. Anai Yang handed over the gift box to Li Tong. Did she just agree? Li Tong was surprised and also reflected inwardly that indeed, no one can resist money. Thank you so much, comrade. Li Tong continued, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could you come to the bank with me? Anai Yang shook her head. Just give me 210. 210? Li Tong was stunned. Hadn't they agreed on 10 times the price? Had she heard wrongly? Anai Yang continued. The original price of Ice Skin Jade Skin is 210 yuan. If I took 2,100 yuan from you, wouldn't that be extortion? You seem more desperate than me. Helping others is like helping yourself. Here, take it. Li Tong hadn't expected this response from Anai Yang, thinking to herself that this young lady was rather nice. She smiled and said, under circumstances where both parties are willing, this wouldn't be called extortion, you know? Comrade, are you sure you want to sell it to me for 210? Although pained by the thought of the 2,100 yuan, Li Tong wasn't one to go back on her word. And Ai Yang nodded. It's like making a new friend then. My name is Ai Yang. You can just call me by my name. All right. Then you call me by my name too. Li Tong took out 210 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ai Yang. Ai Yang took the money, and they both left the mall together. Just as Ai Yang turned to leave, Li Tong suddenly called out, Ai Yang, wait a moment. Is there something else? Ai Yang turned around slightly. Li Tong fished out a notebook and a pen from her pocket. Ai Yang, what's your phone number? Do you mind leaving it with me? That way, we can keep in touch more often. Ai Yang knew the store manager of Ice Skin Jade Skin, and with that contact, Li Tong could buy as many boxes of Ice Skin Jade Skin she wanted any time. That would be really convenient. Using limited edition items also tended to be good for networking. Li Tong felt that her luck today was incredibly good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, Tit for Tat _5. Ai Yang wanted this exact effect and nodded, saying all right. Then he recited a string of phone numbers. After memorizing Ai Yang's phone number, Li Tong tore a page from his notebook and handed it to Ai Yang. Ai Yang, this is my house's phone number. Okay. Ai Yang nodded slightly. The next day was Saturday, and Ai Suehua went to the Wu family. Having learned from the last experience, this time she didn't bring old Master Zheng or old Lady Zheng, nor did she bring Shangwan de Hui. She came quietly. The door of the Wu family was closed. Ai Suehua stood at the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Wu Dalong. Seeing Ai Suehua, Wu Dalong joyfully said, Annie Hua, you've come. Ai Suehua, smiling, handed the candy she was holding to Wu Dalong. Dalong, is your mom at home? Wu Dalong shook his head. Mom went to Dad's company. Wu Jinshu was in charge of the construction site for Ai Yang at Jinghua Village. Someone had to supervise the construction company. Is your sister at home? Ai Tsuehua continued to ask. She's at home. Just sister and us, Wu Dalong answered. Ai Tsuehua nodded. Wu Dalong then said, Annie Hua, please come in and sit. He then raised his voice and yelled towards the inside. Big sister, Erlong, we have guests. Come out. Ai Tsuehua followed Wu Dalong inside. Wu Yinyun and Wu Erlong came out of the room. Who's here? Yinyun, it's me. Ai Tsuehua emerged from behind. Seeing Ai Tsuehua, Wu Yanyun's expression instantly changed. The last person she wanted to see now was Ai Tsuehua. The sight of Ai Tsuehua reminded her that she was a child abandoned, and also brought back memories of her tragic past. Why are you here? Yinyun, facing Wu Yinyun, Ai Tsuehua seemed a little flustered. I've already made it very clear last time. Our family doesn't welcome someone like you. Please leave immediately. Wu Yinyun pointed towards the door. Wu Dalong frowned. Big sister, how can you speak to Annie Hua like that? You're being so rude. That's right, big sister. How can you ask Annie Hua to leave? She's a guest. She's also an elder. Wu Erlong also seemed upset. Ai Tsuehua had always been so kind to their family. How could Wu Yinyun act this way? Wu Yinyun looked down at her two brothers. This has nothing to do with you two. Go back to your room. Wu Dalong refused to go, and Wu Erlong also remained standing. Go back now. Under pressure, Wu Dalong had no choice but to head towards the room, taking Wu Erlong with him. Just before they reached the room's door, he looked back at Wu Yinyun. Big sister, if you dare to be rude to Annie Hua, when Dad and Mom come back, I'm going to tell them. Let them punish you. After Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong went into the room, Wu Yinyun coldly faced Ai Tsuehua. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a bark. What exactly do you want to stop harassing me? Ai Tsuehua, with tears in her eyes, said, Child, I know I've wronged you. What do I need to do to earn your forgiveness? No matter how Wu Yinyun treated her, this child was still the one she carried for 10 months. Not protecting her own child, it was her failure. She just wanted to compensate Wu Yinyun more. Forgive you. Wu Yinyun looked at Ai Tsuehua. her lips curling with sarcasm. From the moment you abandoned me, I will never forgive you again. Since you decided to throw me away at the beginning, why pretend now? It really makes me sick. Sick, so her own daughter found her disgusting. And I, Suehua, felt as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Yin, don't be like this, listen to my explanation. At that time I had no choice. The Mu family valued boys over girls. She had resisted, but resistance only resulted in a severe beating. At that time, and I Yang was still young, and her family wasn't supportive, so she could only watch as her newborn daughter was discarded. Her daughter was discarded, and she felt more tormented than anyone. No choice? No choice allows you to throw away your own daughter? Did you ever think, I am a human life. If I hadn't been picked up by my mom, I'd be dead by now. You have no rights to my forgiveness. Everyone urged her to let go of the past, to try and understand Quihua's hardships. They said it lightly, because none of them were the ones who were abandoned. They will never understand her pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Tit for Tat _6. I'm sorry. And Suehua took out a passbook from her bag. This is some money I've saved over the years. The password is your birthday. That money was all saved from selling spicy strips by Suehua, adding up to more than 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan was already a huge sum of money in those days. I don't need it. Wu Yinyun swatted away the passbook being offered. Do you think this money can make up for the hurt you've caused me? Never in a million years. And Suehua reached out to pick up the passbook, her face streaked with tears. Wu Yinyun looked down at Suehua. Do you want me to forgive you? And Suehua looked at Wu Yinyun, a flash of joy in her eyes. Yinyun, are you willing to forgive me? There's one way you can earn my forgiveness. Tell me. And Suehua said eagerly. Wu Yinyun continued. You just throw away Yun as well. Let her taste what it's like to be abandoned, and I'll forgive you. Why should she be the only one to endure all this pain? It would only be fair if everyone took their turn. Otherwise, she would never forgive Suehua. What? Suehua looked at Wu Yinyun in disbelief. Suehua could never have imagined Wu Yinyun would make such a demand. To throw away little Yun too? How could she do such a thing? What's the matter? Can't bear it? Wu Yinyun's mouth curved with a mocking arc. If you could abandon me when there was no other way, why can't you abandon Yun when there's no other way? Just because she's your most beloved youngest daughter? Do you think that's fair? And Suehua, said to Wu Yinyun, she's your sister. Not taking good care of her own child was her responsibility, but how could Wu Yinyun transfer that anger onto little Yun? What did this have to do with little Yun? This wasn't a matter of fairness at all. And Suehua looked at Wu Yinyun in front of her, feeling this person was excessively strange. I have only 3 younger brothers, no sisters, and certainly no beloved younger sister treasured like a pearl by the family. Look, the moment you talk about throwing away Yun, Suehua changes, because she simply can't bear to part with Yun. All that talk of having no choice, of being forced, it was all excuses. All of it, just excuses. Apart from that demand, I can meet any other request of yours. And Suehua, closed her eyes in agony. Don't need them. I have only this one demand. Wu Yinyun continued. Now go and abandon your most beloved youngest daughter. And then when she comes of age, find her again and give her some money. See if your most loved little girl will forgive you. And Suehua looked at Wu Yinyun with tearful eyes. Yinyun, isn't this asking too much of me? This is all my fault. You can beat me or scold me, but it has nothing to do with Yinyun. The child is innocent. I beg you not to do this. Wu Yinyun sighed. Her heart was filled with immense sorrow. She didn't know why fate had assigned her such a mother, so cruel and so biased. And Yun is already 3 years old in nominal age. I had just been born when I was abandoned. Playing favorites like this. What right do you have to be a mother? And Suehua, cried inconsolably, barely able to utter a complete sentence. Wu Yinyun continued. Since you don't want to abandon an Ai Yun, then he'll step back. And Ai Tsuehua looked up at Wu Yinyan. If you don't want to abandon an Ai Yun, then drive an Ai Yang out of the house. Sever the mother-daughter relationship. And for now, live your lives completely apart. Wu Yinyan enunciated each word, making Ai Kuihua's heart grow colder. Are you joking with me? How could she possibly sever the mother-daughter relationship with Ai Yang? She couldn't do it. If it hadn't been for Ai Yang bringing her back from Dam Village, would she even have her current life? If it were Ai Yang standing in Wu Yanyan's shoes today, would Ai Yang be so aggressive? The answer was clear. Ai Yang definitely wouldn't act this way. I'm serious, Wu Yanyan continued. If you really were a fair mother, if you truly intend to acknowledge me as your daughter, then you should let your other daughter experience the pain I went through back then. If Ai Tsuehua was willing to break with Ai Yang, then she would be willing to forgive Ai Tsuehua. It was a matter of how much she mattered to Ai Tsuehua. She was just returning the favor. Ai Tsuehua looked at Wu Yinyan with a heart-wrenching pain and said, "She's your sister, child. She's your sister. If it hadn't been for your sister, I would be dead by now. You wouldn't have what you have now. How? How could you speak such words? Where's your conscience?" Conscience? Wu Yinyan looked at Ai Tsuehua, her lips curling with sorrow. Her conscience had been eaten by dogs long ago. Ai Tsuehua has the nerve to ask about her conscience. They all said Ai Yang had helped her. But without the Zheng family's influence, what could Ai Yang have done to help her? Ai Yang had known about her origins for a long time, but kept it hidden, offering help out of guilt. Ai Yang wouldn't even spare a beggar on the street side. So how could she have been so kind-hearted as to help her? She had misjudged the person. Get out. Wu Yinyan didn't want to say any more, pointing at the door and saying, "Get out, right now." As a child who was thrown away, Wu Yinyan had already been forbearing, but her blood-related mother kept disappointing her. Ai Tsuehua took a deep breath. "Child, I hope what you said today was just an impulse. We'll be leaving first." Wu Yinyan thought that Ai Tsuehua would stay, continuing to plead for her forgiveness. But she hadn't expected Ai Tsuehua to actually leave. She left without looking back. She was the one who had been cast aside, so why should she suffer so much pain and humiliation? Wu Yinyan sat in the chair and sobbed silently. Ai Tsuehua walked down the road, her soul seemingly in tatters. She didn't understand why Wu Yinyan had become like this. This child wasn't like this before. 2 hours later, Ai Tsuehua finally returned to Jinghua village. Ai Yang saw that something was wrong with her and asked her what had happened. Ai Tsuehua sighed. "I went to see Yin Yun, but she still can't let go of the past." Yang, didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk with Yin Yun? She's still very angry now, so it's best if you don't go recently, lest she takes out her anger on you. She didn't mention the 2 conditions that Wu Yinyan raised. Subconsciously, she still hoped Wu Yinyan would come around. People say things they don't mean when they're extremely emotional. Maybe after some time, she'll have a change of heart. Ai Yang slightly furrowed her brow. Is Yinyan still very angry? Ai Tsuehua nodded her head. A misunderstanding could be resolved. Ai Tsuehua had made trip after trip, pouring out a mother's sorrow. Ai Yang didn't understand what grudge still lingered in Wu Yanyan's heart. Could it be just as Mo Chishan had said, that Wu Yinyan was making a big deal out of it? Let's leave it at that. I'm going upstairs to sleep for a while. Ai Tsuehua said she walked upstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:20. Yang got angry and Ai Yang watched Ai Kuihua's figure, her thoughts deepening. Today was Saturday, and during dinner, Shangwan Su and Shangwan Shi came back. Ai Tsuehua, after an afternoon of rest, was in much better spirits and looked at Shangwan Shi. "Xiaoxi, how are things going with you and Zhuoling?" Shangwan Shi was her daughter too, and she couldn't neglect her just because of the issues with Wu Yinyan. Considering Zhuoling's family situation, if Shangwan Shi really married into it, the tough days would be yet to come. Shangwan Shi smiled and said, "My relationship with Zhuoling is very stable, and we've cleared up the misunderstanding from last time. Actually, it's not true that his family prefers boys over girls. After all, Zhuoling is a college graduate. His level of thinking and awareness aren't that low. Mom, you can rest assured. Really? And Ai Tsuehua was somewhat doubtful. She always felt that there was more to the situation. Really? Shangwan, she nodded her head. Shangwan Hui continued. You are just too stubborn, child. You won't learn your lesson until you face some hardships. Shangwan, she said with a laugh. As long as Wuling is not that type of person, everyone can stop worrying. Shangwan Granny helplessly shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. So alike. The child was just too much like Su Fun. Sometimes, the more you try to persuade, the more counterproductive it becomes. Shangwan Su looked at Shangwan Shi. Do you know that Chinjun has come back? Yes, Shangwan Shi nodded her head. He even gave me a ride to my unit the day before yesterday morning. Shangwan Su joked. Chunjun graduated from a famous university abroad, and I see that he cares about you quite a bit. Being with him would surely be better than being with Zhuoling. Phew! Shangwan, she spit out a mouthful of rice and couldn't stop coughing. And Ai Tsuehua quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to Shangwan Shi, patting her back. Slow down, slow down. Shangwan, she casually wiped her mouth and looked at Shangwan Su with an expression of disbelief. Brother, what are you joking about? Wu Lao San and I, it's impossible. Shangwan Su said calmly. How do you know it's impossible without trying? When it comes to family background, looks, and capability, he is at least 100 times better than Zhuoling. Compared with Wu Chunjun, what was Zhuoling? It was Shangwan's eyes' lack of judgment that made her fancy someone like Zhuoling. Brother, please stop. An uncomfortable Shangwan, she said. Wu Lao San and I grew up together like close buddies. Can buddies become partners? Don't try to matchmake randomly. Shangwan Su picked up a piece of braised pork. If you really have no thoughts about it, just ignore what I said. But if you end up with Zhuoling and suffer in their family, don't come crying to me. Shangwan, she laughed. Don't worry, bro. I guarantee I won't come crying to you. Shangwan Su didn't say anything more. Shangwan, she then said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I plan to visit Zhuoling's parents this week. And Ai Tsuehua was startled. This quickly. If both sets of parents had met, engagement wouldn't be far off. Shangwan Hui looked at Shangwan Shi. Xiaoxi, are you sure about this? Yes, I've thought it through, Shangwan Shi replied. Sooner or later we have to meet the parents. It's better earlier than later. And Ai Tsuehua frowned and then said, Xiaoxi, don't tell Zhuoling's parents about our family's true situation when you go this time. As for gifts, there's no need for anything too expensive. Just buy some fruit, bring a couple pounds of meat, and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Isn't that too shabby? Shangwan, she was taken aback. Shangwan, she was originally planning to bring a box of ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Shangwan Hui put down his chopsticks. I think your mother is right. Zhuoling's family situation is too complex. If you bring expensive gifts on your first visit, you might not see their true colors. All right, Shangwan, she nodded. They'll listen to you. Shangwan, she was stubborn when it came to emotional matters, but she would still take her parents' advice on some things. After all, her parents were looking out for her best interests. After dinner, Grandma Zheng found Ai Tsuehua. Ting Ting, did you go to see Yin again today? And Ai Tsuehua responded with surprise. Mom, how did you find out? Grandma Zheng said, I could tell something was wrong with you this afternoon. Is Yin still unwilling to forgive us? And Ai Tsuehua nodded her head. Grandma Zheng sighed. Maybe you just don't have that mother-daughter fate with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021. Yang Yang got angry _2. It would be normal for Wu Yinyun to have harbored some resentment, but after such a long time, it should have faded. She had her own suffering, but Ai Tsuehua had her own grievances too. And besides, Wu Yinyun wasn't young anymore. Grandma Zheng patted Ai Tsuehua on the hand. Ting Ting, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear, but if you really can't recognize her as your daughter, then let it be. A twisted melon is never sweet. And Ai Kuihua's eyes reddened. But she is still my daughter. She was the one who had wronged Wu Yinyun. No matter what, She still hoped that Wu Yinyun could forgive her. As a mother herself, Grandma Zheng understood the pain in Ni Kuihua's heart. The next day was Sunday. Ni, Cuihua, and Shangguan de Hui, as usual, paid a visit to the children at the orphanage. Shangguan she went back with Zuoling to meet his parents. Shangguan she didn't bring anything expensive, just some apples and bananas, and then 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Zuoling, do you think your uncle and auntie will like me? Shangguan she was a bit nervous. Zuoling smiled. No way, I guarantee they'll love you. Although Zuoling's parents had a preference for Chun Lai Bao, Zuoling had made his intentions clear to them. Even if they didn't like Shangguan Shi, they have to feign their approval. After saying this, Zuoling continued, Xiaoxi, it's Sunday today, and the nanny has the day off. It's just my dad and mom at home. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Go ahead. Zuoling explained, my mom used to be a little leader at her workplace, so her temper can be a bit idiosyncratic. If there's any lack of hospitality, please don't take it to heart. She's just used to giving orders, but she's not a bad person at heart. Knowing his mother's character, Zuoling needed to give Shangguan Shi a heads up. Having been with Shangguan Shi for 3 years, Zuoling knew that she was an empathetic and understanding girl. As long as things were explained to her, she would understand. Shangguan Shi nodded, don't worry. Let's go then. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Zhuo family home. The Zhuo family lived in a residence allocated by the unit, within a courtyard where everyone knew each other. The environment in the courtyard was quite nice, neat and tidy, though it paled in comparison to the Ni family's detached courtyard house. Seeing Zuoling bring a young and beautiful girl home, everyone teased him with a smile. Xiaozhua, who's this? Your girlfriend? Yes, Annie 5. This is my girlfriend, Shangguan Shi. Xiaoxi, this is Annie 5. She lives above us and is also a colleague of my parents. Shangguan Shi greeted her politely. Hello, Annie 5. Hello, this girl is quite pretty. No wonder Zuoling wasn't interested in Chun Lai Bao. Compared to Shangguan Shi, Chun Lai Bao just didn't hold a candle. Hearing someone praise Shangguan Zai's looks, Zuoling's face beamed with pride. Marrying a beautiful bride like her was his own achievement. Could Annie 5's son ever manage to marry someone as beautiful as Shangguan Shi? The Zhuo family lived on the 3rd floor in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. The place was tidy, which also showed that Zuoling's mother was a person who liked cleanliness. Shangguan Shi, who had a mild case of OCD, was relieved to see how neat and clean the Zhuo family home was. Zuoling's parents were sitting on the sofa. Zuoling introduced Shangguan Shi to them. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Shi, very politely, placed the gift she had brought aside. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Shangguan Shi. You can just call me Xiaoxi. Zuoling's mother glanced sideways at the gift Shangguan Shi had brought. Bananas, apples, meat, brown sugar. Just ordinary things nobody wanted. Did they seem like a family that couldn't afford meat to her? Not bringing some nutritious and valuable gifts on the first visit, it seemed like she had no home training. Every time Chun Lai Bao visited, she would bring bags of good stuff. Malted milk, royal bee jelly, bird's nest, and with that, she wanted to marry her son? In her dreams, Zuoling's father stood up with a smile. You girl, there was no need to bring anything. Come, sit down, sit down. Zuoling kept winking at his mother. Seeing it was for her son's sake, Zuoling's mother stood up. We didn't know in advance you were coming, so we didn't prepare anything. Xiaoxi, would you like some tea or a soft drink? Zuoling's family was somewhat better off than average, otherwise they wouldn't have a nanny. This statement was actually a veiled boast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022. Yang Yang is angry _3. Their family was enjoying drinks already, estimating Shangguan Zai's family probably even struggled to get enough to eat. Auntie, you're too kind. Water is fine for me. Zuoling didn't dare challenge his mother's authority. He immediately stood up and said, Mom, please sit. You'll get Xiaoxi some water. Hearing this, Zuoling's mother's face became even more unhappy. Her son was her precious darling. Zhuoling had never poured her a glass of water from childhood to adulthood, yet today he actually wanted to pour water for a little girl. They weren't even married yet, and it was already like this. What would it be like after the wedding? A woman actually letting a man serve her. She didn't know who had raised her. Shangguan had already informed Zhuoling in advance that his mother had a peculiar temper, so she didn't take the changes in Zhuoling's mother's expression to heart. Zhuoling's mother pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit." "Thank you, Annie." Shangguan, she sat on the sofa. Zhuoling's mother also sat down and then said, "Xiaoxi, I heard from Lingling that your family is from the countryside. Is that right?" "Yes." Shangguan, she nodded. Zhuoling's mother smiled and asked, "How many people are in your family altogether?" "Including my grandparents and my grandmother, there are 9 people," Shangguan, she said, including Wu Yinyun in her count. After all, Wu Yinyun was also a part of their family. In the countryside, supporting 3 elderly people and a few children must be quite difficult for your parents, isn't it? Zhuoling's mother asked. Shangguan, she replied, "It's manageable." Manageable? Mockery filled Zhuoling's mother's eyes. If it were truly manageable, then Shangguan, she wouldn't have needed to cling to Zhuoling so desperately. She didn't know what kind of love potion this girl had fed to Zhuoling to make him so determined to marry her. She wasn't even taking a look at herself, thinking she was worthy of Zhuoling. "Xiaoxi, you've seen our family's conditions. Lingling is the only son under his 7 sisters. After your uncle and I pass on, everything in the house will belong to Lingling. This child Lingling is naive, if not for, at that moment, Zhuoling came over with a glass of water, interrupting his mother, "Mom, hey, race water, have some water." While passing the glass of water to his mother, he made meaningful eye contact with her. Though Shangguan, she was understanding and simple-natured, she wasn't a fool. If Zhuoling's mother continued talking, this whole thing might just fall through. Zhuoling certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Zhuoling's mother gave Zhuoling a glare as she took the glass of water. Then Zhuoling passed another glass of water to Shangguan. "Xiaoxi, drink some water." "Thank you." Shangguan, she expressed her thanks. Zhuoling smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" Zhuoling's mother sized up Shangguan and then asked, "Xiaoxi, how much do you weigh?" Shangguan, she was stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuoling's mother asked, "I'm asking what your height and weight are." This Zhuoling's mother's character was indeed peculiar. Was it normal to directly ask that kind of question? Shangguan, she subtly frowned and then replied, "Mother, I'm 165 and weigh 98. A height of 165, and she weighs less than 100? That weight was not even half of Chen Libao's. Chen Liebao could probably pick up Shangguan with one hand. They say a fuller figure is better for bearing sons, but with Shangguan's size frame, she might even have trouble conceiving, let alone having a son. In the 80s, it wasn't like later times. Plumpness was considered beautiful, indicating wealth in the family. A skinny appearance probably meant one couldn't fill their stomach. Zhuoling's mother grew increasingly dissatisfied with Shangguan. Seeing that his mother's expression was turning sour, Zhuoling quickly stood up and said, "Mama, I'm hungry. Please start cooking." The moment she heard that her precious son was hungry, Zhuoling's mother immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. Following Zhuoling's pointed look, she continued, "Xiaoxi, what do you like to eat?" Shangguan, she smiled and said, "I'm not picky. Annie, whatever you cook is fine." During this time, Shangguan, she offered to help Zhuoling's mother, but was stopped by Zhuoling. What a joke. If Zhuoling's mother continued to speak those unpleasant words, what then? He and Shangguan, she were at a crucial moment right now. The raw rice wasn't yet cooked rice. Nothing could go wrong at this juncture. Zhuoling not only stopped Shangguan's eyes movements, but also sweet-talked her. "Xiaoxi, how can you, with your tender hands, do such work? Wait until we're married. We'll hire a nanny to let her take care of all the household chores." What girl doesn't like to hear sweet talk? Especially a girl who is deeply in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023. Yang Yang got angry _4. Really? Shangwan, she asked with her face flushed. Yes, really, Zhuoling nodded. About an hour later, it was finally time to eat. The dishes were pretty good, consisting of 5 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 3 vegetarian, but it was much worse compared to the last time Zhuoling had visited the Ni family. But Shangwan, she could understand. After all, the Zhua family's conditions were no match for theirs. Zhua father warmly urged Shangwan she to sit down and eat. Xiaoxi, don't be polite, just treat this as your own home. Thank you, uncle. Auntie, you've worked hard. Zhua mother couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shangwan Shi. Her son wasn't without prospects for a wife. She didn't feel the need to please Shangwan Shi. Shangwan Shi assumed Zhua mother was just eccentric and didn't mind. After dinner, Zhuoling couldn't wait to take Shangwan Shi back. Zhua mother took the gift Shangwan Shi had brought. Xiaoxi, you're too polite bringing such expensive gifts to just visit. Please take them back. Zhua mother deliberately emphasized the word expensive. Who would crave such trivial items? Shangwan, she didn't catch the implied meaning from Zhua mother and smiled. It's nothing expensive, just some fruit. You don't have to be so polite. You take them back, continued Zhua mother. Take them back for the elders at home to enjoy. It must have been a long time since you've had meat in the village, right? Ah. Shangwan, she was stunned. Zhuoling quickly took the items from Zhua mother's hands, smiling. Mom, why be so formal with Xiaoxi? Since she specifically bought them to show her respect, you should just accept them. Zhua mother looked at Zhuoling with a face full of disappointment. That Shangwan Shi, with a poor family background, couldn't even bear sons. She wondered what Zhuoling saw in her. It was simply bewitchment. As soon as the two left, Zhua mother's expression turned cold. What's this all about? Zhua father asked curiously. Do you think she's worthy of our Lingling? Zhua mother asked, pointing outside. Before meeting Shangwan Shi, Zhua father also thought she wasn't worthy of Zhuoling. But having seen her, he now thought Chen Liebao wasn't worthy of Zhuoling men. Who wouldn't prefer someone beautiful? Chen Liebao looked like a pig and was unapproachable. Besides her poor family background, everything else is tolerable, the grandfather said. Tolerable? What can I say? You think her petite frame looks like she can bear sons? Zhua mother angrily said. Do you want to see the Zhua family lineage end with your son? Zhua mother understood women well. Because she was too thin, she couldn't bear a son. Just have more children. Zhua father wasn't concerned. Have more? It's easy for you to say. Zhua mother poked Zhua father's forehead. Do you think it's still our time? You can have as many as you want. Now, even if one of the couple is not a worker, you can only have 2. Then Zhua mother continued. And look, what did she bring to our house? Compare it with what Lai Bao brings every time. And another thing, I was exhausted in the kitchen, and she didn't even offer to help. She really thinks she's some kind of precious lady. What good is having such a bride back home? Just to worship her as an ancestor? At this, Zhua father nodded. It seems you do have a point. It is the point, Zhua mother continued. Besides, after marrying Lai Bao, Lingling wouldn't have to worry if he doesn't work for the rest of his life. Marrying Shangwan Shi, what could she offer him? Just a burden. Zhua father, who was indecisive, was convinced by Zhua mother in just a few sentences. Then when Lingling comes back, we'll talk to him about it. On the other side, Zhuoling brought Shangwan Shi to the roadside. Shangwan Shi said, Zhuoling, I feel like your aunt doesn't like me much. She wasn't foolish. Of course, she could see that Zhua mother had issues with her, and they were not minor. Zhuoling chuckled. Don't overthink it. My mom is just like that. Didn't I tell you beforehand? Xiaoxi, in my heart, you've always been an empathetic and good girl. Are you going to let this cause a rift between us? Shangwan, she said, no, it's just that if this keeps up, there will definitely be conflicts between your aunt and me. As you know, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts have always been a major issue in families. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024. Yang angry _5. Zhuoling continued. Actually, I've thought about it long ago. After we get married, we'll move out and then visit our elders once a week. Nowadays, many young people do that. Xiaoxi, you're living your life with me, Not with my mother. You really don't need to worry about these issues. Really? Shangguan, she looked up at Zhuoling. Of course it's true. Zhuoling nodded. I can swear to the heavens. With that, Zhuoling raised 3 fingers. Shangguan, she smiled and said, There's no need for oaths. I believe you, Zhuoling. You can't let me down. Xiaoxi, rest assured, I will never let you down. Great. Shangguan, she nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. And Aiyang had finished her exams at school, and it was time for winter break. It had been over 10 days. Wu Yinyan should have calmed down by now. Having nothing to do that day, and Aiyang put on her woolen coat and prepared to drive to see Wu Yinyan. In such cold weather, and Aiyang certainly didn't want to ride a bicycle there. She had bought this car not long ago. A domestic car, 30,000 yuan. It looked very ordinary on the outside, but the interior was impressively well equipped. The car was modified, with very high-end configurations. However, only those who knew cars would notice that. And Aiyang was not a showy person, so she had bought a domestic car. Yang, where are you going? And Aiyang had just put on her gloves when Enai Tsuehua came downstairs. I'm going to find Yin Yun, and Aiyang replied. Then I'll go with you? Enai Tsuehua suggested. And Aiyang smiled slightly and declined. Mom, I should go alone. If Yin Yun sees you, she might get emotional again. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Remembering the last experience, Enai Tsuehua sighed. Then go ahead, but if she didn't know what to say next. And Aiyang patted Enai Kuihua's shoulder. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, Enai Tsuehua nodded. Then go early and come back early. Okay. Enai Tsuehua watched Enai Yang's car disappear from view before turning to go back inside. Yang has gone. Old Lady Zheng came out of the house. Yes. Old Lady Zheng's gaze was distant. I hope Yin Yun can listen to Yang's words. Enai Tsuehua nodded. In a little while, Enai Yang drove to the community where the Wu family lived. Coincidentally, as soon as she drove in, she saw Wu Yinyun sunbathing downstairs with Wu Xiaolong. Enai Yang slowly parked the car across the road from Wu Yinyun, got out, and walked over. Yinyun. Wu Yinyun looked up and saw Enai Yang, smiling with a light in her eyes. Enai Yang was wearing a goose yellow cheongsam that day, covered by an off-white woolen coat, her black hair flowing down her back. Just like the first time she met Enai Yang. Enai Yang looked like an ethereal fairy, shining brightly. In her, she was just an unwanted wild girl, suffering the hardships of the world. Now Enai Yang even had a car. What did she have as sisters born of the same mother? After more than half a month, Enai Yang finally appeared. She had thought Enai Yang would never show up again. Yin Yun, Enai Yang called again. Wu Yinyun pretended not to hear Enai Yang's voice and lowered her head to play with Wu Xiaolong. However, Wu Erlong and Wu Dalong on the side excitedly ran over Sister Enai Yang. Dalong, Erlong. Enai Yang patted both brothers' heads. Wu Erlong complained, Sister Enai Yang, am Erlong. Enai Yang apologized with a smile. Sorry, Erlong. It was a slip of the tongue. Wu Erlong said, It's okay. Oh, Sister Enai Yang, my big sister has been acting like she's sick these few days. She even lost her temper at Annie Hua last time. Don't be mad at her later. Our teacher says not to argue with sick people. Enai Yang nodded. I understand. You two go play. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong ran off to play. Enai Yang approached Wu Yinyun. Wu Yinyun acted as if she didn't hear Enai Yang. Enai Yang's expression remained unchanged, and without getting angry, she spoke in a gentle tone. Yinyun, can we talk for a bit? Talk about what? Wu Yinyun looked up at Enai Yang, her eyes filled with heavy hostility. Enai Yang kept a smile in her eyes and spoke. Let's talk about our family situation. I know you're angry and feel wronged, but Mom really was powerless back then. You haven't experienced it yourself. You don't know what that feeling of helplessness is like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025. Yang got angry _6. Wu Yinyun looked at Enai Yang, her mouth curved in a mocking arch. That's your family. It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me these things. I don't want to listen. That's your family, too. My family, Wu Yinyun continued. A daughter born into a poor family like mine could never ascend to such a powerful, wealthy household. Yinyun, why don't we find a place to cool off and talk over some drinks? If the person in front of her wasn't her own flesh and blood sister, and I Yang would not have displayed such patience. Just go, I don't want to see you. From now on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other. It's best if we never interact again. And I Yang frowned subtly, clearly noting that Wu Yanyun's words were in no way a joke. At the same time, and I Yang knew what Wu Yanyun was upset about. She was simply envious upon seeing the Ni family's current good days, remembering the hardship she endured over the years, feeling the injustice. Yinyun, do you know what life was like for Mom and me before I turned 17? Wu Yinyun didn't say a word, and I Yang continued. Mom was 9 months pregnant, not only enduring my grandmother and father's beatings, but also taking on all the dirty and tiring chores like an old ox. Yinyun is the 5th child. After she was born, when Grandma saw she was a girl, she immediately wanted to throw her to the wild dogs in the back hills. It was only my quick thinking that saved Yinyun. 3 days after Yinyun was born, my father's mistress, Li Shu, schemed to sell me to her relative for 1,000 yuan. Do you know what kind of person her relative was? He was a 50-something eunuch. Recalling that period, and I Yang couldn't help but get teary-eyed, her vision blurred by tears. That past seemed like another lifetime. In her previous life, she had suffered for 10 years before escaping from that misery. No one knew how heart-wrenching that past was. No one knew what kind of torment she endured. Later, because I accidentally saved 2 influential nobles, with their help, Mom and I managed to get divorced smoothly, and we took Yinyun to Beijing. When we first arrived in Beijing, we had no place to stay until Aunt and I rented half of her courtyard to us. After settling in Beijing, I started a noodle business. Every morning at around 2, I would get up to prepare everything for the stall, more than 200 kilograms of liquids, all transported to the street on my bicycle. Whether it was windy or rainy, I never missed a day. Below every glamorous appearance lies a heart full of scar. Since coming to Beijing, Enai Yang never shared these experiences with anyone, because Enai Yang was never one to expose her scars and capitalize on others' sympathy. Wu Yinyun was the first. Later on, my noodle business improved, and I got my first storefront in Beijing, then a second. Mom might be the daughter of the Zheng family, but she was only recently acknowledged by my grandparents. Before that, our life was not any more comfortable than yours. At this point, Enai Yang looked up at Wu Yinyun. Yinyun, I hope you can let go of the hatred in your heart, forgive Mom, and forgive us just this once. Do you think playing the victim here is interesting? Wu Yinyun asked. Enai Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, a fleeting trace of scorn passing across her gaze. You think I'm playing the victim? It turned out that after saying so much in Wu Yinyun's eyes, it amounted to just playing the victim. Isn't it? Wu Yinyun retorted. Who knew if what Enai Yang was saying was true? Based on Enai Yang alone, did she have the ability to bring Enai to Suihua and little Enai Yin to Beijing? Based on Enai Yang alone, could she have achieved what she has today? She doesn't even think about how old she is this year. Did she really think herself a fool? Could she be so easily manipulated? She portrayed herself as so pitiful, simply to make herself believe her. This is what they owed her. Why should she believe her? Enai Yang, you clearly knew long ago that I was your sister, yet you kept it to yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you really think you're the only smart person in the world and everyone else is a fool? Enai Yang's face showed little emotion. Her gaze was chillingly cold. She had never imagined that one day she would stand opposite her own flesh and blood sister. Head-to-head confrontation. Until the paternity test results came out, I couldn't be sure you were my sister. Once the results were in, I informed Mom immediately. I can honestly say, I've done nothing to you that needs forgiveness. Wu Yinyun laughed softly. You always have your reasons. Do you really think those reasons can cover up your filthy heart? Let me tell you, Enai Yang, you, your mom, and your family don't ever expect to receive my forgiveness in this lifetime. I never want to see you again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026. The grumpy President Nini Yang was no saint, and she acknowledged she owed Wu Yinyun nothing. She had said all that needed to be said, and since Wu Yinyun did not understand her and had even cast her as a villain beyond redemption, there was no need for her to humbly beg for Wu Yinyun's forgiveness. And Ai Yang was never one to swallow her pride. She certainly had no masochistic tendencies. Are these words you spoke today truly from the heart? And Ai Yang slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes tranquil and undisturbed. Wu Yinyun was stunned for a moment. She had never seen an Ai Yang like this. She had thought an Ai Yang would continue to plead with her, but instead, an Ai Yang was so calm, so eerily composed that it put a chill in Wu Yinyun's heart. They were only a year apart in age, but in that moment, Wu Yinyun felt as though she were standing before an elder. Why should an Ai Yang stand before her with such an air of superiority? It was an Ai Yang who owed her. Had an Ai Yang come to seek her out? Who begs with such an attitude? Ridiculous. Yes, Wu Yinyun said. Every word I've spoken today is a reflection of my true feelings. And Ai Yang, I am not your sister and certainly don't have such a noble and graceful sister. Please, along with your mother and your so-called distinguished family members, stop coming to find me from now on. Are you sure you won't regret this? Yinyun, I owe you nothing, and even if Mom owed you something, it is settled now. Regardless, I hope you can calm down and seriously consider what I've said. And Ai Yang's face was devoid of expression, her voice cool and indifferent. Yet Wu Yinyun trembled without feeling the cold, not even having the courage to glance at an Ai Yang. Wu Yinyun swallowed hard. Yes, I have no regrets. And Ai Yang, you haven't suffered my pains. You will never have the right to stand before me and pass judgment. The reason you can stand so high and mighty and criticize me from moral high ground is because the person being discarded was me, not you. If you were in my shoes, you might not be as magnanimous as I am. If the person who had been discarded was an Ai Yang, then it would be her shining brightly today. What right had an Ai Yang to treat her this way? She would never regret it. She would never regret making a clean break with the Ai family. All right, I understand. And Ai Yang nodded slightly, turned, and walked toward her car. Not an ounce of hesitation, nor a trace of sorrow on her face. Watching Ai Yang's retreating figure, Wu Yinyun suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness well up. Abandon her. Her own sister had given up on her. Just like she was thrown away 17 years ago, a mocking smile played on Wu Yinyun's lips. Ai Tsuehua had not shown her face since her last visit. Today, it was only an Ai Yang who had come. They all claimed to be children of the Ai family, but not one of them sincerely wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. False affection. Such family members were better off rejected. Ai Yang drove away. She had not expected this outcome. Wu Yinyun was, after all, her biological sister. To say that Ai Yang felt nothing would be a lie. But it wasn't to the point of being devastated. What to do when feeling down? According to President Ai, the answer was street racing. At this time, the roads in Beijing weren't as congested as in previous lifetimes, perfect for racing. Ai Yang gripped the steering wheel with both hands and floored the accelerator. Swift as the wind, the black sedan sped along, and when the adrenaline reached its peak, all worries and vexations were washed away. What a thrilling sensation! After driving for a while and feeling a bit hot, Ai Yang rolled down the left side window. The cold wind poured in, tossing her hair into disarray, creating a wildly beautiful chaos. Seeing the car ahead perform a spectacular drift, Wu Daming quickly pulled off to the side. My God, who is that? They're driving like they're heading for the sky. Li Ronghua in the passenger seat also gazed ahead in amazement. It looks like the driver is a girl. A girl? Could a girl really be that good? It can't be a girl, right? Wu Daming watched the sedan disappearing into the horizon and finally managed to say, It is a girl. I saw her hair flying out of the car. Li Ronghua looked disdainfully at Wu Daming. Wu Daming, you're really not up to snuff to be outdone by a girl. Wu Daming, in his life, he had only been defeated by one girl, and that was Ai Yang. He hadn't expected to lose to another today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, Grumpy Mr. Ni_2. He didn't know which girl was so revered. He wondered who was more formidable when compared to Ai Yang. After circling Siju City, Ai Yang finally drove home. Everyone at home had gathered, apparently waiting for Ai Yang's results. Yang, Ai, Qihua's eyes, originally dim, lit up instantly upon seeing Ai Yang. Mom! The house was heated by a stove, and Ai Yang casually took off his coat and placed it on the sofa. What did Yin Yin say? Ai Tsuehua continued to ask. Ai Yang shook his head. Mom, you shouldn't go looking for her anymore. If Wu Yin hadn't disappointed Ai Yang, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This child, why was he so stubborn? Ai Qihua's eyes reddened instantly. Grandma Zheng sighed. I knew it would end like this. Ting Ting, don't be too upset. Even without Yin Yin, you still have Yang Yang and little Yin Yin. Grandpa Zheng said. Your mother is right, since that child doesn't have a mother-daughter fate with you. Some things can't be forced. If it weren't for a DNA test, Grandpa Zheng might even think there had been a mistake. Wu Yanyin's nature really didn't seem like it came from the Zheng family. Mom, don't be upset. Ai Yang took Ai Qihua's hand. Tell me honestly, when you and my grandparents went to see her before, did she also show them disdain? If Wu Yin showed disdain towards Ai Tsuehua, Ai Yang could understand her. If Wu Yin despised even the innocent elderly, then Ai Yang could only say that Wu Yin was utterly heartless. Extremely heartless. Hearing this, Ai Tsuehua fell silent. It wasn't just disdain, but reflecting on this, Ai Tsuehua felt a bit guilty, remembering how her elderly parents had been hit by a younger person that day. Seeing Ai Tsuehua like this, Ai Yang knew what had happened. Mom, just forget this daughter from now on, and don't go looking for her anymore. If you don't listen, you will only embarrass yourself. Ai Tsuehua looked up at Ai Yang. Do you think Yin Yin will understand when she's older? Wu Yin was still young this year. Maybe she would change in a few years. Before Ai Yang could speak, Shangwan Hui said, Daya, have you forgotten how old Yang Yang was when he brought you out of Dam Village? That year, Ai Yang was exactly 17 years old. Ai Yang was 17 years old, just like Wu Yin. The two 17-year-olds were worlds apart. Ai Tsuehua fell silent. Grandpa Zheng said, Ting Ting, let it be. We've tried our best, and we can be at peace with that. Grandpa Zheng himself also wished to bring back his stranded granddaughter. But this child really couldn't be helped. Children are predestined. Some things simply can't be forced. Ai Tsuehua nodded. So be it. In the first half of her life, she suffered so much due to poor judgment. In the second half, she didn't want to cause any conflicts with her close family over a daughter who had become estranged from her. Did she really have to abandon little Ai Yin? Break the mother-daughter relationship with Ai Yang? Impossible. Never possible. Grandma Zheng and Shangwan, she went over to comfort Ai Tsuehua. Shangwan, she had met Wu Yin. Her first impression of Wu Yin was that she was well-mannered and sensible. She didn't expect Wu Yin would do something so heart-wrenching. Quite unexpected. Fortunately, Ai Tsuehua wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after some persuasion from several people, her mood gradually stabilized. Wu Daming was driving Li Ronghua back home. As soon as the car reached the entrance of the village, he was stunned. When was this highway in your village built? You should know that more than half a year ago, Jinghua village still had dirt roads. During rainy days, it would be muddy and cars couldn't enter, but now there was such a spacious concrete road. Li Ronghua said with a smile, Yang Yang paid for the construction. Sixth sister, yes. Li Ronghua nodded. Sixth sister is really amazing. Wu Daming said enviously. Why can't our village have a capable person like Sixth sister? Previously, Jinghua village had nothing, being the poorest among the villages in all directions. Since Ai Yang arrived, Jinghua Village could be said to change every day. Now, if Jinghua Village claimed to be number one, which surrounding village would dare to claim to be number two? If it wasn't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that Jinghua Village could change so much in such a short time. And Ai Yang was so amazing, and Li Ronghua was also proud. That's right, Yang Yang is really our village's lucky star. Go around the village and ask from 70 to 80-year-olds to 2 to 3-year-olds who doesn't like Yang Yang. Even people from the neighboring villages were especially envious of Jinghua Village. At that moment, as they drove past the Ni family's small courtyard, Li Ronghua suddenly sat up straight and looked out the window. Slow down, slow down. What's wrong? Wu Daming was somewhat puzzled. Li Ronghua pointed to a small black car parked outside. Doesn't that car look familiar? Wu Daming squinted his eyes. It does seem a bit. After a moment of thought, Wu Daming continued. Isn't that car the one we just saw on the street? Damn, the person driving the car just now couldn't be an Ai Yang, could it? Wu Daming swallowed his throat. Li Ronghua and Wu Daming thought of the same thing. The person who was driving just now was Yang Yang, wasn't it? If that's really the case, Sixth Sister is too amazing. Wu Daming exclaimed. Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Anyway, she's much more capable than you. Look at you, Wu Daming. You're not even as good as a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Daming said meaningfully. Then I'm still better than some who can't even drive. After speaking, Wu Daming added, not only can drive, but they're also fierce like a man. If any man marries her, he's really out of luck. Who are you talking about? Li Ronghua glared at Wu Daming menacingly. Wu Daming grinned and countered, I'm just talking about some girls, not you. Why are you so excited? Do you act like a man? Li Ronghua, unable to vent his frustration, glared fiercely at Wu Daming. Stop the car. Wu Daming didn't hear properly. Li Ronghua raised his voice and yelled, I told you to stop the car. Deafening. Wu Daming shuddered and immediately hit the brakes. What's wrong? I want to get out. Li Ronghua grabbed her backpack, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently. This person is really sick. Li Ronghua, who hadn't walked far, turned to look at him, her face gentle. What did you say? Wu Daming looked up at the sky and said earnestly, I said the weather today is really nice. Li Ronghua gave him a look and then walked ahead. Wu Daming stretched his neck. Comrade Li Ronghua, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Li Ronghua, without turning back, waved her hand. No need. Wu Daming had no choice but to turn the car around, preparing to go back. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the right side window was knocked on. Wu Daming rolled down the window, revealing a face as beautiful as a painting. Sixth Sister. And Ai Yang smiled and said, Wu Daming, what brought you here? Wu Daming replied, It's all because I had to drive that tomboy back. Tomboy. And Ai Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Wu Daming looked back and whispered very softly, That tomboy, Li Ronghua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028. This is the gap. So, Wu Daming was talking about Li Ronghua. And Ai Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua is pretty good, isn't she? Where does she look like a tomboy? Wu Daming looked at Ai Yang as if he saw a monster. Even like this, she doesn't look like a tomboy. And Ai Yang said, Look how good Sister Ronghua is. She's tall, has good looks, a job, and even a high salary. Her personality isn't bad either. She's loving towards her brother and respectful to her parents. For a girl to be like her is already quite remarkable. Compared to other women her age, Li Ronghua really stood out. She had everything that one could ask for and didn't lose to anyone else. Wu Daming scratched his head. Sixth sister-in-law. You're so close to her, of course. You would speak on her behalf. How come he never noticed all of Li Ronghua's good qualities? To him, Li Ronghua always looked like a tomboy, the kind that can't get married. And Ai Yang, smiling, said, I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my place? Wu Daming waved his hands. No, I've got other things to do. All right, sixth sister-in-law, the sixth brother will be back in a couple of days. And Aiyong nodded. I know. How do you know? Wu Daming looked surprised. And Aiyong said, he's in Sea City, not abroad. We talk on the phone every day. Oh. As they were speaking, Wu Daming seemed to remember something, then said, Sixth sister-in-law. Is that your car? Yeah. Wu Daming continued. Sixth sister-in-law? You must be really skilled at driving, right? By the end, his eyes were gleaming. And Aiyong modestly said, Of course, how else would I be your sixth sister-in-law? Wu Daming, full of admiration, said, Sixth sister-in-law, you're so amazing. I knew it must have been you I saw on the street that time. Now he finally understood why Mo Chishan fell for an Aiyong. You saw me on the street? And Aiyong was somewhat surprised. Wu Daming nodded. Yeah, I saw your car nearly flying. Thinking about that scene still made his heart race and his blood boil. Keep it low-key. And Aiyong, smiling, patted Wu Daming's shoulder. At that moment, Shangwan Su stood on the second-floor balcony and called out to Aiyong. Yang, you've got a phone call. Oh, coming. And Aiyong turned to Wu Daming and said, He'll go back inside then. If you have time, come over to my place with Brother Mo. Sure. Wu Daming nodded. And Aiyong went inside to answer the phone. It was Li Tong who had called. She simply wanted to meet up with Aiyong to buy a few more boxes of the limited edition Ice Jade Skin. Aiyong readily agreed to meet Li Tong. They agreed to meet the next morning. Shangwan Shi came over from the other side, curiously asking, Yang, who was that? And Aiyong replied, A new friend I just met. She's looking to buy some Ice Jade Skin for me. Oh. Shangwan Shi nodded. The next morning, just as Aiyong was about to leave, two unexpected guests arrived at her home. It was Lu Qi and Lu Ru. Aiyong, are your uncle and aunt at home? Although Aiyong had some small issues with Lu Ru, Lu Qi's character was really beyond reproach, so she nodded. My mom is at home. They'll take you inside. As visitors came, after entering the house, Aiyong went to pour water for the siblings. Thank you, said Lu Ru, accepting the glass and taking the initiative to thank her. Aiyong looked at Lu Ru with some surprise. You're welcome. Time really is a wonderful thing. It could even polish a haughty young miss into this. You could tell that Lu Ru had indeed changed a lot. In fact, after all these experiences, Lu Ru had definitely grown up. Looking back, it all felt like a dream. If time could start over, she would definitely not covet those things that didn't belong to her. She would be down to earth. Sui Hua came downstairs and was surprised to see the siblings. Lu Qi and Lu Ru stood up from the sofa to greet her actively. Annie, Sui Hua said with a smile, have a seat. What brings you two here? She had thought that these siblings would have left for Taiwan Island long ago. Lu Qi said, Annie, my sister, and I are preparing to go back to Taiwan Island, so we specially came over to tell you. This would probably be his last time seeing the Ni family and Aiyong. Since it was his mother who had wronged Sui Hua, he felt it was only right to speak to Sui Hua before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029. This is the gap_2. Sorry, not to live up to my own conscience. Sui Hua was stunned. What about your parents? Lu Qi said they have also been transferred to the prison on Taiwan Island. Sui Hua nodded. Are you flying out? Yes, on the flight tonight, Lu Qi answered. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Auntie, thank you. Lu Qi and Lu Ru both stood up and bowed to Sui Hua. After speaking with Sui Hua about this matter, the siblings said their goodbyes. Sui Hua and Yin saw them out to the door. As they stepped out of the Ni family's courtyard, Zhao Shuiwei arrived. Zhao Shuiwei was carrying a bag of things. Auntie, Zhao Shuiwei nodded and stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Qi's hands. Take this with you to eat on the way. Inside was a pastry Zhao Shuiwei had made herself. Lu Qi had especially loved these pastries the first time he visited Zhao Shuyu's home. Auntie, thank you. Zhao Shuiwei sighed. Xiaoqi, your parents are your parents. You are you. After returning to Taiwan Island, forget the things of Beijing and start a new life with Xiaoru. Okay. Lu Qi nodded. Auntie, you also take good care of yourself. I will, off you go. Auntie, goodbye. Zhao Shuyue waved to the siblings. The siblings glanced back at Zhao Shuyu's stooping figure, their eyes slightly reddened. Especially Lu Ru. She now regretted her past behavior immensely. It was her fault. She owed Zhao Shuyue an apology. After Lu Qi and Lu Ru left, An Yin drove to the place arranged with Li Tong. Seeing An Yin get out of small sedan, Li Tong exclaimed in surprise, An Yin, you can drive? An Yin nodded. That's really amazing. Li Tong continued. How did you learn? It took me over a month just to learn to ride a bicycle. How long did you take to learn this? An Yin smiled. It's easier than a bicycle. Really? Li Tong expressed skepticism. An Yin nodded. Really? Li Tong thought to herself that when she had money, she would also buy a small car to drive. But the day when she would have money seemed not too far off. The effects of were extremely good. The elders in the family were very happy, and Li Tong was also excited. Right. Hay race that you wanted. An Yin took out 3 boxes up from the passenger seat and handed them to Li Tong. Thank you, An Yin. Seeing that, Li Tong's eyes lit up. These were limited edition versions of impossible to buy in the market. It was because An Yin was kind and willing to do her this favor. You're welcome. An Yin smiled slightly. Li Tong then said, It's also time for lunch. Let me treat you to lunch. Then I won't be polite. Don't be polite with me. We are friends after all. Li Tong took An Yin to a restaurant, and the two chatted and ate, getting along splendidly. Elsewhere, at Yihua University, ever since using Zhang Qiuing's skin had just gotten better and better. Now, Wang Lisha was becoming restless. Since her skin was somewhat similar to Zhang Qiuing's, both dry, and both prone to flaking in the winter. Seeing Zhang Qiuing's skin becoming increasingly hydrated while her own was drying out, flaking worse, how could she not be distressed? After much inquiring, she finally found a physical store selling and bought facial cleanser and aloe vera gel back, but she hadn't managed to get the best-selling whitening and moisturizing cream. After using the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel for only 2 days, the flakiness of Wang Lisha's skin had improved a lot. Wang Lisha, looking at herself in the mirror, was very happy, but the thought of not managing to buy the whitening moisturizer made her smile fade. If the normal facial cleanser and aloe gel could have such good results, then the limited edition could only be better. One look at Zhang Qiuing was proof enough. Zhang Qiuing's skin, now, is more than 10 times better than hers. She isn't any less attractive than Zhang Qiuing. If she could use the limited edition products, she would surely be even more beautiful. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. Wang Lisha, I was wondering why your skin has been getting better these past few days. It turns out you've been sneakily using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. I remember just a few days ago, certain people were saying that the Ice Jade Skin Cream would ruin your face. So does your face hurt now? Because she was afraid of being mocked by Zhang Qiuing, Wang Lisha had been secretly using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Now that Zhang Qiuing had seen her, there was no need to hide it anymore. What? Is the Ice Jade Skin Cream your family's property? Are you the only one allowed to use it? Wang Lisha retorted. Wang Lisha had regrets as well. If she had known how great the Ice Jade Skin Cream was, she wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Qiuing so badly. Zhang Qiuing smiled and said, Miss Wang, I have to say, your face is exceptionally thick. If I were you, even at the risk of death, I wouldn't use the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Wang Lisha wanted to respond with sarcasm, but remembering that she still needed something from Zhang Qiuing, her attitude softened. Mind your own business. After speaking, Wang Lisha picked up a box of cookies and handed it to Zhang Qiuing. These are for my mom, sent over from our side. You can't buy them in Beijing. Zhang Qiuing looked at Wang Lisha strangely. Are you sick? Wang Lisha didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed another box of cookies and stuffed it into Li Huilan's arms. Here, this is for you. Li Huilan was just as surprised by Wang Lisha's actions. Zhang Qiuing continued. Wang Lisha, you didn't put poison in the cookies, did you? Take it or leave it. Wang Lisha glanced at Zhang Qiuing. I'm off to the cafeteria. Watching Wang Lisha's retreating figure, Zhang Qiuing wondered to herself, am I dreaming? Could Wang Lisha actually be this nice? Something doesn't feel right. Li Huilan said, I also feel she's acting a bit off today. Zhang Qiuying's eyes fell on the iced jade skin cream nearby. Smiling, she said, I think I know what's going on. What is it? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying said, they'll keep it a secret for now. You'll find out in a few days. Today was the day Imo Qishan returned. And Yang had arranged on the phone with Imo Qishan last night to go eat Japanese food together today. After their meal, the two strolled through the streets of Beijing, getting ready to buy movie tickets at the cinema. Wu Yinyan has been in a very bad mood these past few days, because for several days, the Ni family hadn't sought her out again. She had an intuition that the Ni family might have genuinely given up on her as their daughter, even though she had always refused to acknowledge the Ni family. But now that the Ni family didn't come to claim her, she felt empty inside, a strange and uncomfortable sensation. She wondered if Ni Suehua had ever truly considered her a biological daughter. If Ni Suehua had, would she not come to claim her now? Aren't they mother and daughter? Perhaps she could never measure up to Ni Yang and little Ni Yun and Ni Huihua's heart. That was the difference. If they didn't acknowledge her, then so be it. Without the Ni family, she could still live well. She was determined to make everyone take notice. Wu Yinyan heaved a deep sigh. Preoccupied, Wu Yinyan didn't notice a car speeding close by. By the time Wu Yinyan realized, the car was already about to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, someone grasped her arm, and with a strong pull, she was yanked away. The car narrowly missed her by inches. It was incredibly dangerous. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from above her. Wu Yinyun let out a sigh of relief, feeling an exhilarating sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. She was nearly hit by the car. She should thank her savior properly. Wu Yinyun looked up, and her smile froze on her lips. Why is it you? Could it be that Inai Yang arranged for the car? Definitely Inai Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Sisterhood Broken. All of this was orchestrated by Inai Yang. Did Inai Yang really think she could use such despicable means to make herself feel grateful, to forgive her? Did she think she was so easy to deceive? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. I don't need your help. Wu Yinyan pushed Inai Yang away. Inai Yang, stop with your fake kindness here. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Who are you putting on this show for? You really make me sick. Inai Yang didn't fight back and just watched Wu Yinyun, a layer of desolation welling up inside her. Saving Wu Yinyun was no accident. No matter what, this person was her own sister, and she couldn't remain indifferent and let Wu Yinyun die right there. If she had still held a sliver of hope for this sister before, now, she was thoroughly disappointed in her. Mo Qishan slightly furrowed his brow. Inai Yang had already told him about Wu Yanyan's situation over the phone. Although he had long known that Wu Yinyun refused to acknowledge the Inai family, he hadn't expected her to be this excessive. If it hadn't been for Inai Yang just now, who knows what state she would be in if that small sedan had hit her. And now she's treating Inai Yang like this. Inai Yang might tolerate it, seeing Wu Yinyun as her sister, but he couldn't. Who do you think you are? Mo Qishan grabbed Wu Yanyan's wrist. If it weren't for Yang Yang, could you be living like this now? You're ungrateful. Neither Inai Yang nor Inai Suehua had ever cursed at her like this. Wu Yinyun was stunned, looking incredulously at Mo Qishan. She was the one who had been abandoned. So how could she be the ungrateful one? It was Inai Suehua and Inai Yang who had wronged her. What right did Mo Qishan have to blame her? Just because he was Inai Yang's boyfriend? Because he was Inai Yang's boyfriend, could Mo Qishan just ignore the facts? Mo Qishan looked at Wu Yinyun with a very cold expression. Even Inai Yang had never seen such a side of Mo Qishan. His lips were tightly pursed, his cold features seemed to be covered with an impenetrable layer of thin ice, and he exuded a violent air that was vastly different from his usual gentle demeanor. Wu Yinyun, ask yourself, if it weren't for Yang Yang, Could you live as comfortably as you do now? Your family's house belongs to Yang Yang. Your father's company was funded by Yang Yang's money. Even your life was saved by Yang Yang. Think about it. How many times has Yang Yang saved you? What right do you have to yell at Yang Yang? The kind of person Mo Qishan hated most in his life was an ungrateful one like Wu Yinyun. If Wu Yinyun weren't Ni Yang's sister, Mo Qishan wouldn't have this kind of patience. But he had to give Ni Yang some face. She owes me. Wu Yinyun choked out. Yang Yang owes you? What does she owe you? As your older sister, she owes you nothing. Mo Qishan continued. If anything, it's you who owes Yang Yang. Think about it yourself. Everything you eat, use, and wear isn't it all because of Yang Yang? Wu Yinyun, if you truly have any pride, then from today on, stop using anything that belongs to Yang Yang. Without Ni Yang's help, what was Wu Yinyun? She wouldn't even be able to attend school. Rest assured, I will never use anything of Ni Yang's again. Wu Yinyun turned to look at Ni Yang. They were all forcing her. All of them. And it wasn't even her fault to begin with. Why were they treating her like this? You'd better remember your words today. Mo Qishan released Wu Yinyun without any mercy. His voice was even colder than ice. Due to the sudden force, Wu Yinyun fell hard to the ground, feeling a sharp pain shoot through her palm as it made contact with the floor. Just then, a dark shadow enveloped Wu Yinyun. She looked up. It was Ni Yang. What did she want to do? Mock her with a few taunting words? Wu Yinyun bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. Ni Yang looked down at Wu Yinyun from above and took a white pearl bracelet off her hand. Now that it's come to this, the sisterly bond between us is also over. As she finished speaking, the pearl necklace slid from Ni Yang's hand to the ground. Snap! The thread broke upon hitting the floor. White pearls scattered all over. In that moment, Wu Yinyun's tears surged forth, just like these beads that had broken off their string. That pearl bracelet was what she had bought with her first month's salary as a gift for Ni Yang. It wasn't expensive, just 5 yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Sisterhood Ends, _2. But the significance of this was immense. At that time, she didn't know that Ni Yang was her sister. At that time, they were as close as sisters. Even after the last major fallout, Ni Yang didn't take off the bracelet. But this time, Wu Yinyun couldn't quite describe how she felt. Was she the one who was wrong? But it clearly wasn't her fault. Was being discarded also a mistake? Let's go, said Mo Qishan as he took Ni Yang's hand. But in an instant, he reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. It's as if the man radiating hostility was nothing but an illusion. Wu Yinyun watched their retreating backs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. Ni Yang, Wu Yinyun shouted. What are you worth without the Zheng family? If the one thrown away were you, I would be you now. You're mistaken, Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Without the Zheng family, I would still be me. And if the one thrown away were me and not you, then you wouldn't necessarily be you. Everything Ni Yang had was earned through her own abilities. She had never relied on anyone. Even in her previous life, when she became the famous entrepreneur Miss Ni, she never depended on anybody. The word rely wasn't in her dictionary. Considering Wu Yinyun's current situation, she might not have the fortitude that Ni Yang possessed. Compared to me, you're living in paradise. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yinyun was incredibly fortunate. At least she had parents who loved her, and in times of turmoil, a sister to protect her. Yet she failed to cherish it. In a past life, when Ni Yang was deep in the mire, she wished dearly for a benefactor to reach down and pull her up. But there were none. It took her a full 10 years to climb to a future of success. Wu Yinyun had no right to speak of fairness now. Having said that, Ni Yang walked away, arm in arm with Mo Qishan. Wu Yinyun lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yinyun. Just then, a familiar voice sounded overhead. Sister Jiao Jiao? Wu Yinyun's voice was hoarse. Du Jiao Jiao quickly helped Wu Yinyun to her feet. What happened? Who bullied you? Nothing, Wu Yinyun hastily wiped away her tears. I just fell down by accident. In her panic, Wu Yinyun glanced behind Du Jiaojiao. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Grandfather Du wasn't there. If Grandfather Du saw her in such a wretched state, she wouldn't have the face to see him again. Du Jiaojiao continued. Are you really okay? Oh, I was about to go find Yang Yang. Do you want to come with me? Wu Yanyun's expression darkened momentarily, shaking her head. I have something else to do, so I won't go. Oh, nodded Du Jiaojiao, but are you really okay? Seeing Wu Yanyun in such an unusual state, Du Jiaojiao was a bit worried. I'm really fine. Wu Yanyun looked at Du Jiaojiao, adding, Sister Jiaojiao and I Yang is two-faced and isn't worth getting close to. Be careful not to be deceived by her. After saying that, Wu Yinyun turned and walked away. Du Jiaojiao stared at Wu Yanyun's retreating figure, taking a moment to process the situation. What was going on? Hadn't Wu Yinyun and Enai Yang been on good terms before? Why was she suddenly speaking ill of Enai Yang now? Did Enai Yang do something to betray her? But Enai Yang wasn't that kind of person. How strange. Burdened with doubts, Du Jiaojiao continued to walk forward. After Wu Yinyun returned home, she planned to sort out all the things Enai Yang had given her. But as she was sorting, she realized that almost everything in the house was from Enai Yang. Clothes, review materials, backpacks, even the house was Enai Yang's. It seemed that the only option was to pay Enai Yang back. When Yin Erju and Wu Jinshu got back, Wu Yinyun said, Mom and Dad, can you give me some money? I need to pay Enai Yang back. Yin Erju said, Xiaoyan, Yang Yang is your sister. How can you call her by her full name? When did you ever borrow money from Yang Yang? She is not my sister. I've made that clear to her today. From now on, our family will keep our distance from her, and I will no longer use anything from Enai Yang. And yes, let's not live in her house anymore either. Let's move out. Have you lost your mind? Yin Erju frowned and said, Everything our family has now was given by Yang Yang. Do you think you can repay that so easily? Do you know how much you're hurting her feelings? Yin Erju truly hadn't expected Wu Yinyun to change like this. This daughter had become almost unrecognizable to her. Wu Yinyun wasn't like this before. Wu Yinyun retorted, Why can't it be repaid? Isn't our family construction company making a lot of money now? Can't we just pay Enai Yang back? At worst, repay tenfold. As far as she knew, the construction company was making thousands a month, and in good times, it could make 10,000. The Wu family was certainly not short of money now. Although Enai Yang had bought her many things, if the items couldn't be returned, paying back the money would suffice. It was precisely because of this that Wu Yinyun felt so confident in front of Enai Yang. If it weren't for Yang Yang's financial support, could our construction company have even started? Wu Jinshu couldn't stand it any longer. Don't forget who helped you get where you are. Xiaoyan, we have to have a conscience as human beings. Paying back the money is easy, but what about the kindness? This favor couldn't fully be repaid. Without Enai Yang's guidance and help, Wu Jinshu's construction company would not have been able to make any money, even if it had been established. Wu Yinyun was an honest person, and he was well aware of his own limitations. Yin Erju continued, If you truly want to sever ties with Yang Yang, then go be a stepmother to Wu Chang's 2 children right now. Then we can go live in that dilapidated little house. You must have forgotten about the hard times after living so well for too long. Wu Yanyun's mind went boom. She couldn't understand why everyone was speaking up for Enai Yang. Even her adoptive parents were the same. Was it just because Enai Yang had money that everyone was trying to curry favor with her? Or was it because she wasn't their biological child, so they didn't really care about her? Wu Yinyun felt her life was like a joke. She had always been living in deception. Seeing Wu Yinyun like this, Yin Erju sighed. Xiaoyan, stop being so stubborn. Yang Yang is a sister that's hard to come by. You should treasure her. Listen to your mother. The bond between sisters only comes once. There is no next life. Does she deserve to be a sister? Why does everyone take her side? Just because she has money? Because I am not your biological child? Wu Yinyun turned to look at Yin Erju. Yin Erju was stunned, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wu Yinyun. She had always treated Wu Yinyun as her own daughter and never expected Wu Yinyun to say such a thing. What are you saying? Your mother has been so good to you. When did she ever not treat you as her own? Wu Jinshu also got angry because of Wu Yanyun's words. I am your daughter. Why do you always speak for an Aiyang? If you like an Aiyang so much, why did you pick me up in the first place? Go acknowledge an Aiyang as your daughter. Rather than enduring these pains, it would have been better if they'd let her die back then. Why let her live like this? Wu Yinyun, too angry to care, was just saying things she found satisfying and didn't realize how hurtful her words were. Yin Erju looked at Wu Yinyun, and tears flowed down like rain. 17 years ago, when Wu Yinyun was picked up, she had been so tiny. The baby fusses at night in the first month and needs to be fed several times. She didn't have breast milk, so in the dead of winter, she had to get up to feed her several times each night. It was not easy for her to raise the baby. She could never have imagined that one day Wu Yinyun would blame her for having picked her up in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032. What is upbringing? Yin Erju looked at Wu Yinyun and just felt that her daughter was excessively strange. Very strange. Wu Jinshu realized something was off in the atmosphere and frowned as he spoke. Yinyun, what nonsense are you talking about? She is your mother. Without her, there be no you. Even if you're angry, you can't talk to your mother like that. Dad, do you think you're not biased? Wu Yinyun said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Jinshu. You actually like an Aiyang too, right? In your heart, you wish an Aiyang was your daughter. Yes, how can someone as unsuccessful as me be fit to be your daughter? I'm sorry, I've disgraced you. Since you don't like me, you shouldn't have let her pick me up in the first place. Wu Yinyun had truly had enough. These past days, she had been living in N.I. Yang's shadow. Everyone had been telling her to forgive N.I. Yang, to forgive the N.I. family. If she didn't, she would be seen as an ingrate. But had they ever considered that she was the victim? They had no right to accuse her. Wu Jinshu took a deep breath. After all, he was a man, so his endurance was much better than Wu Yanyun's. Yinyun, you're still young. When you grow older and have children of your own, when you become a parent, then you will know how difficult it is to raise a child. Go back to your room. You still have school tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight. Erju, let's go back to our room too. Wu Jinshu took Yin Erju's hand and walked back inside the house. If the standoff continued, the conflict would roll on like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Children are irrational. Parents cannot afford to be irrational as well. Erju, let's go. Wu Jinshu pulled Yin Erju back into the room and closed the door. Yin Erju lay on the bed, sobbing deep and muffled cries. For Wu Yinyun, in her younger days, she had endured so much from her mother-in-law. But now Wu Yinyun was treating her like this. No one could understand the sourness in her heart. Wu Jinshu consoled her. Erju, let it be. She's just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Just give a few years, she will be fine. Why are you getting angry with your own child? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. Actually, our Yinyun is very sensible. It's just that she's a bit confused at the moment. Everyone has impulsive moments. She didn't do it on purpose. Yin Erju was speechless, her shoulders trembling. Is being non-biological really that significant? How could this child say such things to her? Yin Erju was not angry. She was heartbroken. Wu Jinshu continued, Erju, let it go. Yin didn't mean it, don't be upset. It took quite some time before Yin Erju stopped crying. Only then did Wu Jinshu breathe a sigh of relief. Erju, sleep first, I'll go check on Yinyun. As a father and the man of the house, at times like this, he could only act as the peacemaker, comforting both sides. A harmonious family leads to prosperity in all things. Yin Erju nodded. Go ahead. Wu Yinyun wasn't doing much better, lying with her face down at the desk, weeping quietly. She felt the world was truly unfair. Even if she had not been the Wu family's biological child before, at least her adoptive parents had treated her like their own. But now they had changed. They had become strangers to her. Today, if she was their biological child, they definitely wouldn't treat her like this. Yin Yun. There came a knock at the door. Wu Yinyun sniffed and ignored Wu Jinshu outside. Wu Jinshu continued. Yin Yun am coming in. After a few seconds, Wu Jinshu pushed the door open from the outside. Wu Yinyun acted as if she hadn't heard these noises. Wu Jinshu brought a small stool over and sat next to Wu Yinyun. Yin Yun, I've washed an apple for you. Do you want to eat one? Wu Yinyun said nothing. Wu Jinshu went on. Yin Yun, I know you have difficulties and grievances, but you're not the only one in pain. Whether it's Yang Yang or Yang Yang's mom, they have their own hardships. Born in a tough time, everyone had no choice. Saying this, Wu Jinshu sighed. If you don't want to forgive them, your mom and I won't force you. But child, we cannot be people without conscience. Think about it carefully. Should you really treat your mom with that attitude tonight? No matter what, she is the person who raised you single-handedly. Without her, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was this sentence that struck a nerve in Wu Yinyun as she suddenly looked up at Wu Jinshu. But I never begged you to raise me. Growing up, Wu Yinyun had never once resented her family situation because she knew how hard it was for her parents to raise her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033. What is upbringing? _2. But now, her parents had suddenly changed. If she had known this would happen, Yin Erju might as well not have picked her up and brought her home in the first place. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Maybe someone better off would have taken her in. Then she wouldn't have met Ni Yang and endured all this pain. Yin Yun, you are my daughter, and I am your father, so I won't get angry if you say these things to me. But it's different with your mom. You've been raised by your mom since you were a baby, through all the filth and mess. How would you feel if, as a mother, you heard that the child you've raised from birth spoke of you this way? If you were in her shoes, would you be sad? Think about it. Has your mom ever treated you badly? At this point, Wu Jinshu paused before continuing. Your mom didn't say anything bad. She just doesn't want to see you regret it later on. I won't regret it. I will never forgive the Ni family in my life. There was no point in further persuasion at this juncture. Wu Jinshu said, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Otherwise, when you grow up and think back on today, you might blame your mom and me for not having advised you. Wu Yinyun sniffled and remained silent. Wu Jinshu went on. Go and apologize to your mom. She's had a tough time. Okay, I understand. Wu Yinyun stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Yin Erju's emotions had mostly stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way just now. Yin Erju lifted her head to look at Wu Yinyun, watching her daughter who was gradually growing up, and felt her nose twinge, nearly on the verge of tears again. Having said this, Wu Yinyun turned and walked towards the door. Wu Jinshu came in from his side. Forget it, Erju. Since the child has apologized, let's not be angry. Yin Erju choked up and spoke. I'm not angry. The next day, Yin Erju and Wu Jinshu prepared to visit the Ni family. Having said those things to them the day before, Wu Yinyun must have said even harsher words to Ni Yang and the rest. No matter what, they couldn't let the Ni family feel disheartened. Although Wu Yinyun had made it clear that she did not recognize the Ni family, their attitude remained as cordial as ever. Ni Tsuehua immediately made tea for them. Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang, we've not raised our child well, and we owe you an apology. Both husband and wife felt extremely guilty. Ni Yang brought out fruit and placed it on the coffee table. Godfather, godmother, I know this isn't your fault. Even though Yin Yun refuses to acknowledge us, you two are still my godparents. This matter didn't involve Wu Jinshu and Yin Erju. This couple was truly exceptional. Wu Jinshu and Yin Erju had never expected Ni Yang to still be willing to call them godparents. They felt a complex mix of emotions. What does it mean to be well-bred? Perhaps this was it. Although Ni Yang and Wu Yinyun were blood sisters, the difference between them was more than just a little. Yang Yang, thank you. Yin Erju held Ni Yang's hand, her nose slightly tingling. And Yang smiled faintly. Godmother, we should be the ones thanking you for raising Yin Yun to adulthood. The visit to the Ni family left the couple with many emotions. Back at home, Wu Jinshu and Yin Erju instructed Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. No matter whom they forgot in the future, even if they disrespected their own parents, they must never forget Yang. Yang had shown great kindness to their family. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong nodded. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Erlong and I would never be as heartless as our elder sister. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's small courtyard, Shangwan, she was carrying a bag, rushing indoors. She was hurrying and failed to notice a banana peel on the ground. Just as she was about to step on it, Yang came from the opposite side and gently kicked it into a nearby trash can. Shangwan, she gave a thumbs up. Yang, you could go play soccer with skills like that. Yang laughed. I might just give it a try tomorrow. By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry? Shangwan, she said, I'm going back home to change clothes. I have things to do later. How about I give you a ride on my way out? Offered Yang. Sure, Shangwan, she nodded. Then I'll go change right now. Before long, Shangwan, she came downstairs, changed into a pink down jacket, and had even applied lipstick, looking much prettier than usual. A fair lady is a gentleman's good match. Yang teased. Sister Xiaoxi is dressed up so beautifully. Are you going on a date? A blush quietly crept onto Shangwan's eyes face. Are you really going on a date? Yang asked. Uh-huh, Shangwan, she nodded. Yang continued. Is your date with Zhuoling? Shangwan, she nodded again. Shangwan had thought that Yang would definitely try to persuade her not to be with Zhuoling, but Yang didn't say much. She neatly fastened her seatbelt, started the engine, and drove away. Yang, aren't you going to advise me against being with Zhuoling anymore? Yang smiled and looked back. If I advised you, would you listen? Shangwan, she shook her head. Yang went on. Since you wouldn't listen to me, there's no use in me saying more. Besides, I've always said that a fox will eventually reveal its tail. Yang now had a better way to make Zhuoling show his true colors. There was no use in saying more. Zhuoling is not a fox at all, Shangwan, she claimed. Yang smiled slightly. Sister Xiaoxi, have you only been in love once? Shangwan, she exclaimed in surprise. Yang, how did you know? Zhuoling was her first love, and she was his. Yang said, I can tell. Mainly because you're too naive, Sister Xiaoxi. Anyone with a bit more experience in love wouldn't be like you. Shangwan, she responded speechlessly. Yang, you're several years younger than me. You talk as if you've been in many relationships. The car was fast, and it didn't take long to arrive downtown. You can stop here, Shangwan, she said. Yang pulled over to the curb. Shangwan, she opened the door and waved at Yang. See you, Yang. Yang followed up. When will you return tonight, Sister Xiaoxi? I'll come to pick you up. Shangwan, she waved her hand. No need. I'll take the bus back. After separating from Yang, Shangwan, she arrived at the cafe where she and Zhuoling had agreed to meet. By the time she arrived, Zhuoling was already there. Zhuoling was a very attentive person and very conscious of time. He never arrived late for a date, only early. Shangwan, she really liked this about him. Xiaoxi, you're here, Zhuoling said as he immediately stood up from the sofa. Have you been waiting long? Shangwan, she asked somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuoling shook his head. No, I just got here. As he spoke, he handed the menu to Shangwan. She, choose whatever you like, Xiaoxi. Shangwan, she took the menu. I'll have a caramel macchiato. What about you? I'll have the same as you, Zhuoling said. In fact, Zhuoling didn't really like these kinds of drinks. He was just deliberately accommodating Shangwan to create more common topics of conversation. Shangwan, she nodded. Waiter, 2 caramel macchiatos, please. Sure, please wait a moment. After finishing their coffee, the two went to watch a movie. While buying tickets, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Shangwan, Xiaoxi. Shangwan, she glanced back slightly, only to see Wu Qinjun approaching. Wu number 3, you're also here to see a movie. Sister Xiaoxi, hi. Standing next to Wu Qinjun was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, Wu Qinjun's younger cousin. Ainin, You're here too. Zhou Anan nodded. I came with my brother. Xiaoxi, I've got the tickets, Zhuoling said, coming over from the other side. Oh, then let's go quickly. Wu Chunjun lifted his chin slightly. Shangguan Xiaoxi, aren't you going to introduce us to this gentleman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.